resilience. In the para space, it does get mentioned quite a bit, but I think it's a very individual feeling, and it's not something that you can just tick a box with. It has to be experienced and built.
You can have a string of bad days in a row, but each day when you wake up, you've got the opportunity to reset and go again. I think being in that mindset is resilient in itself.
It's just sticking to it and trying to make the most of every situation. Not necessarily everything goes the way you want it to. Sometimes you need to resort to plan B or plan C, and you're just staying on it and not giving up.
So welcome Australian rowing team members, Lily Alton from junior, under-21, under-23s, and now a member of the senior squad, and Georgia Patton, under-21 team, under-23 medalist and Olympian, and also local from here in WA. Welcome both of you. Firstly, Georgia, how does it feel to have the Australian Rowing Championships in your hood?
Thanks, Lizzie. Yeah, it's amazing. I can't wipe the smile off my face. I'm so excited to have the whole Australian rowing community here in Perth. I first started my rowing career racing here at Champion Lakes 10 years ago, and it's amazing to be back here racing on home turf, representing the school that I learnt to row at and the rowing club that I developed through Westies here, and then WACE, Rowing WA, and of course now racing for Rowing Australia and the High Performance National Training Centre. So it's amazing to be here, and it's amazing to have the local WA community, all our family, our friends, being able to come down here and watch us race, especially because the majority of the racing is generally over the East Coast or international. Yeah. So it's amazing to be able to have that support down here.
It must be fantastic. And I know my friends from rowing here are feeling exactly the same way. There's a real buzz, isn't there? It's wonderful. So Lily, quite interested, you, Georgia and Jack Cleary are all ambassadors of the AIS Mental Fitness Program. Could you tell us something about that program?
So the program's in association with the AIS and the Black Dog Institute, and it looks at how we can all live happier and healthier lives. So just as physical fitness is really important for our well-being, so is being mentally fit. And so what we look at through the program is different tools and techniques that we can use to live better lives and how we can just be happy versions of ourselves, essentially. And yeah, it's something both Georgia, myself and Jack are really passionate about.
Yeah, no, that sounds excellent. Georgia, why was it important for you to be involved?
It was really important for me. I think it's an amazing program and an amazing initiative that the Black Dog Institute is running. And we have an incredible sporting culture here in Australia. And I know a lot of young Australian school kids really look up to our sporting heroes and our elite athletes. And often they are perceived and deemed to be heroes. And these school kids and these young Australians about how they see mental health and teach them about some of the tools that can really help them now and further into their lives, and to help build their mental resilience and give them the confidence to really start that conversation with family or friends, to be able to open up and speak about mental health and try to break that stigma down.
Yes, and as you say, Lily, sort of about tools and tips, and yeah, it's as important as physical fitness. Lily, what do you think the challenges are for rowers in managing their mental health? We all know it's quite a gruelling sport.
I think challenges for us rowers in this, with the association of this sport, are not only the physical demands but also the mental demands, and that comes from having to sacrifice a lot of time into what we do and how much effort we put into the sport, the dedication that we give to it, that it can sometimes leave us just feeling like all of our time and effort goes into this sport. But it's really important to make sure that you have other things that you can balance yourself off and around with. And I think that that's something that Georgia can touch into a little bit more in this next question as well.
Yes. So our next question was, Georgia, if you have any sort of tips for mental health for people out there listening to this live stream.
Yeah, there's a couple that I'd like to share. The first one, just echoing what Lily said before, really getting that life balance, I think, is so important for our general well-being. Obviously, the amount of hours rowers are putting into our training and then trying to manage work or uni and studies, that type of thing, it can be really tough. And so for me, setting aside that couple of hours a week that I block out, and I make sure that those are the hours that I'm really going to focus on me and what I want to do. And so for me, it's going for a walk in the Blue Mountains and finding a local swimming hole or something that I love to do. And so finding that time to really find the things that fill your cup up and take that time out. And then another one is just making sure that you've got that support network around you. It's one of the really key ones, but it's one we can often forget. Having that support network, people that you feel like you can lean on or you can open up to at any point and seek support from if you do feel like you are in a tricky place or you're struggling with your mental health. And yeah.
I think those are great tips for life generally, not just for rowers. So thank you so much for coming in and sharing that with us all. Really appreciate it, and we'd love to wish you the very best of luck for the international season. Really looking forward to seeing you guys race at this regatta and beyond.
Thanks so much, Lizzie.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well done. Excellent.
Hey, I'm G-Row. I'm Amanda Bateman, and we are not only best friends, but we are housemates. We row at the Women's Training Centre together, and now we're going to go and do a weekly food shop together.
Milk. We'll be going through about between 2 to 3 litres a day of milk. For pre-breakfast, have a bowl of muesli, just to get some carbohydrates on board and to fuel up for the session ahead.
I often like to snack on a bit of cereal throughout the day, just like a bit of a carb boost. Yeah, I really rate it. Just a bit of milk, a bit of banana, keeps me going, especially before an afternoon session. I quite just like I really enjoy just having a bowl of cereal.
Baked beans, awesome source of iron, especially for you lady athletes. This is golden. We're actually aiming at the moment in summer to achieve 4 litres of water a day on top of our training sessions. That's the standard that we're trying to hit at the moment. That's 4 kilos of water, for those of you counting. You just called the best snack that there is on offer, nature's gift, banana. I'm hyper aware of how much food we eat. Oh, mixed berries, no.
For lunch, I would normally whack this in on a wrap with a bit of cheese. Makes a really quick quesadilla or a fajita. Probably a quesadilla. Oh, it's delicious. We're always so tired from training, so anything that's like already cooked, really easy for us is a no-brainer.
Slightly sweet, slightly salty, kind of like me.
Certified organic Coles smooth peanut butter. It's delicious. Do you know what I love about walking around Coles? Everyone looks at you because you're so tall and nobody else is as tall as us. Like, they just stare at you like, look at Amanda, compared to the general pop. I actually have toast before training every morning, so just a bit of peanut butter or Vegemite. Another great source of iron. Oh man, I'm so thirsty. Whoa.
Thanks, Coles.
Weekly shop.
Done.
Coastal rowing and beach sprints is all about the action out on the water.
At the Australian Coastal Rowing and Beach Sprint Championships, we have 2 disciplines. The first 2 days is the endurance format, coastal rowing as we call it, which the races go for generally 4 to 6 kilometres. So it's really testing your navigational skills. The athletes start generally out on the water and are lining up on the start line, a bit like sailing. So ensuring that you get that course right, making the marks, picking your ley lines, of course passing on the correct side of the markers so that you don't get a penalty. But then there's also the technical proficiency, which is really important. The rowing technique is still key.
Coastal rowing is a bit more challenging because you gotta do you gotta fight with the waves.
It was good fun out there. It's a bit wild, but it was a really fun experience trying something different, better than just paddling around a single. You have waves and people next to you.
Beach sprints is the fast and furious cousin. A beach sprint down to the water, into the boat, slalom up, around the top mark, 180 degrees, fast as you can, back to the beach. Beach sprint finish to the buzzer. First to hit the buzzer is the winner.
My highlight was dealing with all the battling waves and stuff and having to full way out and get back in and all those difficulties surrounding that.
It's a little bit more fun. You get out to see all the action and from the shore, so that's pretty cool.
Our race tactics was to get out there and try to avoid the waves and just go straight, but unfortunately we had got one wave that we just got past and the boat filled up, but then the next one we couldn't quite stay in the boat and we fell in. But I don't know how we managed to get back in, but yeah, once we got back in and we kept going.
Coastal rowing really is a discipline for everyone. Here at the Australian Championships, we have athletes competing in the Masters, the Open and the youth categories, as well as para rowing.
The weather has been absolutely amazing. We've had some serious thrill spills and a few dumps and rollers as well.
It was fun for the entire family. We saw all the spectators here having a wonderful time under their umbrellas on the beach.
And we had a lot of people, you couldn't wipe their smile off the face. Even the spectators walking by, just wondering what we're doing. Everyone was having a great time and we can't wait to run this event again.
Oh, it was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. It was my first time doing coastal rowing and beach sprints, and I love it. It was so fun. It's so different to flat water rowing, but yeah, in a good way.
It's all new experiences for me and for everyone here, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to coming back next year and picking up on the skills I learned today.
To people thinking of entering next year, do it. It's lots of fun. Good regatta.
So we're back to recommence racing for the afternoon session, albeit a little late, but given the tricky conditions earlier in the day, I think everybody's to be congratulated. And we have the field in race 159, heat 1 of the PR3 women's single scull. In lane 2, Centenary, Kaylee Mitchell. Lane 3, ANU, Rebecca Jones. Lane 4, Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall. Lane 5 is Banks, Susanna Lutz. And lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel. Richard, how do you think this one will pan out?
I think we possibly need to lean on Lizzie Chapman hiding behind us for advice on some of these para rowers, but it should be a decent race here between the field of 5. Big fields in the para events so far, which is great to see. So 2 heats of 1 of 5, 1 of 4, so 9 entrants altogether in the PR3 women's single, and 5 rowers in this opening heat. Just 2 will go through to the A final, the rest will go through to the repechage. So a serious progression system here for these 5 rowers. So we'll see shortly as they get on their way, dealing with the start pontoon a bit more easily than the double sculls were.
Much easier and
slightly better conditions, it must be said.
Conditions much kinder at the start than they were at 8 o'clock this morning. Had the pleasure on my first break today of running into Chad King. So congratulated Chad on his not that recent appointment now, but he's doing a great job, that's for sure, and very experienced. He was the Queensland Academy of Sport head coach at one stage, I think. He was certainly coaching, or may have been
definitely involved in their program, yes.
He was up there, that's for sure, and of course in Great Britain and with Rowing Australia, was teaching at St Peter's Lutheran College, and then got the gig and is now in Canberra and running this program. So well done to Chad. And we see our officials there in the afternoon session. The starter is, now I'm looking on my list here,
Starter 1.
Gary Wright is the starter, supported by Michelle Hawke and Merrin Holmes, and the bridge marshal is Brian Nash, the evergreen Brian Nash from over here, and our chief judge is Brett Wolford, another local. President of the jury is David Grubitz. The assistant president of the jury is local Grant Ford. So we'll have boat race officials from all over Australia officiating at this regatta. And I'd suggest Rob Stobie from Townsville is the one who's covered the most ground. So they're underway, Richard, in race 159, heat 1 of the PR3 women's single scull.
They are on their way from the 2,000 metre start, certainly in improving conditions here this afternoon. A bright sunny day in Perth, as it should be right throughout this week. That breeze from the morning session of racing has largely abated, and we're set for a great afternoon's racing. Pretty even start amongst at least 4 of those 5 scullers too in the early strokes here of the first heat of the PR3 women's singles. Probably just the community sculler there in the centre lane dropping back a little off the pace. That's Bronte Marshall, but the other 4 remaining in a pretty good line across the course, so we get these great shots coming in from the western side of the Champion Lakes course here in Perth. Good news is our drone operator, I believe, arrives tomorrow in preparation for the finals racing to come from I think day 4 of this regatta, so we'll have some of those great overhead shots to share too in the next couple of days, which give us such a great perspective on these boats as they make their way down the course. But possibly
no expense spared. He's coming in from Tasmania, I think. Yeah, the same guy that we had last year at Lake Ngambia.
Ngambia, yeah, okay.
Did such a fantastic job. So he's coming in from Tasmania to be our drone operator, and really did an outstanding job last year.
Yeah, no, it is great to see those shots from above. It adds a new perspective to watching race. Certainly makes our job a lot easier anyway. You can clearly see the boats lined up across the course. But you can see here that on our side of the course, which is the far side of the camera shot, Susanna Lutz of Banks has got away to a pretty good start, as has Rebecca Jones of ANU on the camera side of the course. They would be our top 2 scullers, I would think, as they head in to the end of the first 500 metres of this opening heat of 2 in the PR3 women's singles sculls. And it is the distinctive colours there of the Banks Rowing Club showing
and
out
the
in front.
Banks trailer was towed over here by John Dreesen.
Was it?
So the Tasmanian came across and hooked up the trailer and towed it all the way from Banks Rowing Club
Wow.
here. So well done to Bundy Dreesen for doing that for Banks Rowing Club.
Yeah, and well done for Susanna Lutz there over the first quarter of the race, coached by Eleanor Crute at the Banks Rowing Club in Melbourne. Of course, one of many clubs based at Boatshed Drive, or Boathouse Drive, that very popular stretch of the Yarra River, where so many of the clubs and schools do train from. A very crowded stretch of the rather narrow Yarra River too, it should be said. But they all happily coexist in that part of Melbourne.
Do they happily coexist?
Well, they coexist by, yes, by without much choice, I think, possibly as well. But it is a wonderful part of the city to see such activity and so many boats and rowers and coaches going about their work at all hours of the day.
I did see in the lunch break, Richard, I ran into Ron Batt from Rowing Australia, who tells me the Coastal Rowing Coach Accreditation online course is now operational. So if you go searching on the Rowing Australia website, you want to become an accredited coastal rowing coach, I think it's $70 for the first level of that, and it's up and running now. So Ron pointed that out to me during the lunch break, so well done to Ron on that. And they are not in a tent, Lizzie, as you predicted. They are in one of the bays in that building all over there. Yep. So you got Ronnie Batt doing a great job there in promoting coastal rowing, indoor rowing, and all of his online coaching courses. And
rowing in all of its variants, and clearly showing the different skills required too. If there's a different coaching qualification for coastal rowing, with different athletes, different athletic pursuits, certainly a much shorter form too of the sport in many ways, certainly the beach sprint variety.
Okay, there's a notice here that we need to stay out of the reeds and the bushes. There has been some snakes seen, and it looks like a fairly large...
And it's come with a picture, this message. I don't think I wanted to see, actually, but we can now confirm there are definitely snakes in the venue.
Having a wife who was once bitten by an eastern brown snake, I can tell you it's not much fun. And fortunately for her, it didn't inject any venom into her. And of course, where was I when that went on? I was at the National Rowing Championships at Lake Ngambia, when my wife was bitten by an eastern brown in our house.
And she hasn't let you forget it too, if I know your wife. So that's...
So on the course, it is Susanna Lutz, Richard, who's leading there. Just 2.08 over Lisa Greisel. Jeremy Smith coaching Lisa at Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Then back to Rebecca Jones, Kaylee Mitchell and Bronte Marshall of Community Rowing Club.
Yeah, that gap may have narrowed a little, I think, over the second 500 metres. Susanna Lutz over Lisa Greisel, so it is the two scullers side by side in lanes of 5 and 6 who are in the top 2 spots. Only 2 qualifiers here will go directly through to the final, and the remainder to the repechage. That final will take place on Thursday. The repechage tomorrow, race 256 on the program, will be the repechage. And at this stage, Susanna Lutz and Lisa Greisel doing their best to avoid that extra race. Third place was a scull then from ANU, Rebecca Jones. Ahead of the outside lane, Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary and Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club in New South Wales, but I think I heard Lizzie say earlier today is a new exclusively para-rowing club based in Sydney.
The old Balmain Para-Rowing Club has become the community rowing club, yes. Just another ad, Richard. We need to make sure we slip, slop, slap and sip. It is quite warm out, and slip on, hat, shirt, sun cream, and drink some
water.
Water,
yes.
That's right. Sip. So make sure we're doing that to keep ourselves hydrated in these hot conditions here in beautiful Champion Lakes. So coming well into view now, and it is Lisa Greisel and Susanna Lutz who are clear. Greisel's got her bow in front now, Richard, I would suggest.
Yes, they're on the far lane, and look, that's almost flat water there in the distance behind the 1,500 metre point, so conditions certainly are improving. Still, I believe we're still working with the preferred draw from the outside lane, although given these heats, that's of less relevance in these particular races. But Lisa Greisel does indeed now lead Susanna Lutz by 3.89 seconds. So she has gone through to take a bit over a boat length lead, and then quite a gap back to the remainder of the field. ANU's Rebecca Jones will be third through that timing point. Kaylee Mitchell in fourth place, and Bronte Marshall from Community, who shares a gym with Lizzie Chapman, and I believe they're all watching on the live stream. So hello to Drummoyne Vision.
As another boat trailer arrives on the far side.
Yeah, plenty of schools I noticed they are on their way to the regatta. A number of the Melbourne schools left this morning and arriving in Perth today in preparation for the schools regatta to begin in a couple of days' time.
So welcome to them, but certainly Lisa Greisel has measured her race out beautifully. She sat back in the first 500, she gathered it all together in the second 500, and in the championship 500 she's gone boom and taken the lead and has put 3 and 4 lengths in the rest of the field. It's actually up the page order, Richard, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 at the moment.
Yeah, looks like that may well be.
No, I'm wrong. The sculler in the middle lane is disputing that, the community sculler Bronte Marshall. So it's 6, 5, 3, 2, 4 currently.
And 2 to go through. So still comfortable, certainly, for Susanna Lutz there in second place. They had a pretty successful Victorian Championships at Nagambie a few weeks ago. And she looks likely to go through as well, along with Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie, who is coached by Jeremy Smith and has indeed timed this race very well over the 4 quarters to gradually improve her position, take the lead during the third 500, and she'll in the end win this by a pretty comfortable margin, will Lisa Greisel of the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in New South Wales, ahead of Susanna Lutz from Banks in Victoria, our top 2. As Lisa Greisel comes across and takes out the win. So it's lane 6 first, lane 5 Banks will finish in second place. They'll both comfortably qualify for the final on Thursday of the PR3 Women's Single Scull.
It's emerging, like the Lake Macquarie, Hunter Valley Grammar, Newcastle area, certainly emerging with some very good athletes in recent times. So Mark Partridge up there and Rowan Hislop and people like that. Yeah. So our third, fourth and fifth place getters about to come to the line there. ANU, Rebecca Jones will be third. Kaylee Mitchell of Centenary will be fourth. And Community Rowing Club from Sydney will be in fifth place. 909.40, 9.09.40. The margin's unofficially 13.09 by 37.03, so very big margin between second and third.
Clear top 2 moving through there to the A final. Lisa Greisel and Susanna Lutz from the first race after lunch, race 159 of this regatta. Race right through to race 208 at the end of today, so a bigger day than yesterday. Exactly 100 races yesterday, 108 today as we go through to 5:35 this afternoon.
Oh, I didn't tell my wife I'd be home late. Oh, I'll be in trouble. Race 160, the PR3 Women's Single Scull. Lane 3, Community Rowing Club, Lauren Webber. Lane 4, Drummoyne, Julia Story. Lane 5, Capital Lakes, ACT High Performance, Nikki Ayres. And Lane 6, Bundaberg, Rebecca Markwell. And Nikki Ayres has led them a merry dance at the halfway mark.
Yes, she has indeed, certainly taking a big lead. Nikki Ayres, the sculler from Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Program, coached by David Fermano and Thomas Kreber. She will row for the ACT on Sunday in the Interstate Women's PR3 Single Scull. In fact, an early preview of that event because Nikki Ayres in this race in lane 5 rowing for the ACT. Julia Story is entered to race for New South Wales. She's rowing here for Drummoyne. And Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg will race for Queensland. She is in lane 6 of this race. That'll be the opening. In fact, that'll be the second race of the Interstate Regatta after the men's PR3 Single Scull. And I believe the official entry is still showing athlete unknown for Victoria, but I think that Susanna Lutz, who was in the previous heat, will race for Victoria in that event as well.
It'll be interesting. And then Community Rowing Club coming across there in 3rd place at the moment, and then back to Rebecca Markwell of Bundaberg in 4th place. So just remember the new indoor rowing website is now available on your phone, laptop or any device. Check it out to see lots of information about the wonderful world of indoor rowing. You can find out about upcoming events including the Anzac Day Indoor Rowing Challenge and the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships that takes place on the 28th of October 2023. Go to indoor.rowingaustralia.com.au. Yeah, so Nikki Ayres in lane 5. Capital Lakes ACT High Performance, coached by David Fermano and Thomas Kreber. And as I said, leading the field, a merry dance here.
Yeah, huge lead. It's about 25 seconds at halfway, and I'd wager it may well be a bit more here at 1500. So Nikki Ayres goes through 6:50.87. Is her time, so pretty much on track to match the 9:09 of Lisa Greisel from the previous heat, if my rough maths on the run is correct, but it's going to be a substantial lead in any case, and will qualify her for the final. Interest, of course, in 2nd place and the next of the qualifying spots. It did look to be held down by Julia Story of Drummoyne at the halfway mark of the race, but she's still to make her way through the 1500 metre timing points.
I think that would reflect known form, wouldn't you, Richard? It would be Nikki Ayres from Julia Story.
Yes, and
expected.
Indeed it is, and it's 36 seconds between them now, so I think that was about 25 seconds, the difference at 1,000, so another 11 seconds, the lead growing substantially to Nikki Ayres.
If you want to gain an accreditation or just learn a bit more about our great sport, the RA Education Portal now has a range of courses you can do. To become a much needed boat race official, you can complete the free online Level 1 course. After completing it, you spend 5 hours of practical work at a regatta to gain your Level 1 officiating accreditation that is recognised countrywide. See education.rowingaustralia.com.au.
And certainly needed to have tremendous respect for the officials and all the work they do. We get the good job sitting here in the air-conditioned shade in the finish tower, and they're out there on the water, starting races, chasing down the course, and a lot of hard work. So always in need of more boat race officials to help with our sport right around the country. It's, Nikki Ayres it is, who remains a very, very comfortable leader here in this 2nd heat of the PR3 Women's Single Scull. She is going to pretty much match the time of Lisa Greisel. I'd suggest 9:09 was the previous heat. It's about to tick over 9 minutes here, as Nikki Ayres has about probably 7 or 8 strokes to go to complete the course. So
the other one's going to be faster. Oh,
Richard. Close. Oh, Richard. Almost a dead heat.
Oh, No, I was right again.
9:09.91. So half a second in it. That's quite incredible over two different heats.
I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken. Yes.
Well, no doubt about the winner in any case. Nikki Ayres takes it out for the Capital Lakes Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program, and a substantial margin of victory, certainly, as you wait on Julia's story.
Very impressive, Nikki Ayres. And I look forward to seeing that PR3 double, the mixed double with Jed Alchfager. That's very exciting. There's no doubt about that.
Here is second place, Julia Story for Drummoyne. He finishes about 40.5 seconds behind, so Nikki Ayres continued to pull away there over the final quarter of the race. Community's Lauren Webber, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam, looks destined to finish third. And then the Queensland sculler from the Bundaberg Rowing Club, Rebecca Markwell, who's coached by Alan Goff, will take out fourth place. Those two will go through to the repechage tomorrow in the PR3 women's single scull. And Nikki Ayres and Julia Story will join Lisa Greisel and Susanna Lutz in the final of the PR3 women's single scull on Thursday.
Under 21 lightweight women's single scull repechage number 1, with the first 3 to go through to the semi-finals, is the next event on the program.
It's repechage 1 of 1 now, it appears, so there's just the one.
Been a consolidation there, yes. So race 162 is now not required and gives us 5 minutes of catch-up, which is good. And the full field is in lane 1, Jazz Ingle of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Lane 2, Seymour College, Amelia Linton. Lane 3, Commercial, Emma Searle. Lane 4, Rockhampton Fitzroy, Phoebe Doolan. Lane 5, Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Francesca Spano. And lane 7, UTS Haberfield, Sarah Baritri.
Well done to Lauren Webber and Rebecca Markwell, just crossing the line to conclude the second heat of the PR3 women's single scull as well. So that race now is complete, and the scullers well on their way in this first and the only repechage of the under 21 lightweight women's single scull. Again, we look to the close lanes for the likely race leader, and there is a boat right out in front there on lane 7.
57 seconds in front, according to our...
I was just checking through the binoculars. It is a long margin. I wouldn't quite have guessed that, but...
I think that might be slightly inaccurate. So she's been racing well. Sarah Baritri, Katie Healy coaching her at UTS Haberfield. Certainly well in front, but not 57 seconds, Richard.
No, I don't think so, but Charlotte Ball there, it looks like, in second place for Melbourne University, who was in the Australian, the Junior Women's 8s last year. She's certainly chasing our race leader down lane 5, the sculler from Melbourne Uni. But it is UTS Haberfield, certainly very, very comfortably in front. First, second and third here will go through to the semi-finals. So...
the development of the new housing estate is ongoing in the background there as well.
Construction work stops for no one. Just having a look at our race leader, appears to have come to a stop there, or rowing off the course at halfway. I saw her slow down, and then, and in fact, sculler going past her there. Must be Melbourne Uni, but there's 2 of our scullers have in fact now come to a stop. That's the training lane. That's what we're getting excited about. We shouldn't stare too closely at the screen here as the rest of the field does go past. And Charlotte Ball has now taken the race lead, so I'm thoroughly confused.
So thank you to our director, John, who's just pointed out that we were calling crews in the train, or scullers in the training lane, and feeling like right dicks at the moment. But it's Charlotte Ball who is leading in Melbourne University in lane 5, from Jazz Ingle of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise on the far side of the course. Then Sarah Baritri, of UTS Haverfield. Then follows Francesca Spano, Phoebe Doolan, Emma Searle and Amelia Linton. Well, that had a few things going on there, Richard.
But there was certainly a substantial change in the complexion of the race there, because Sarah Berritry of UTS appeared to have a huge lead.
Yeah.
Over the first 700 metres or so, and has now been overtaken back into third place. Charlotte Ball has come through strongly from Melbourne Uni. That makes complete sense. And Francesca Spano of Yarra Yarra there alongside her. But Jazz Ingle from Griffith University Surfers Paradise over on the other side of the course in the red colours there. And she certainly has taken a jump on all the scullers near her on that western side. So I think we're making some sense of it now, but it does certainly look to be the Melbourne Uni sculler in lane 5 and the Griffith University sculler in lane 1. And still there also from UTS Haverfield, Sarah Berritry would be in the top 3. And, hopefully we'll get some more confirmation of that shortly as they come through the 1500 metre mark. But those look to be our top 3 in the qualifying spots.
And Sarah Berritry from UTS Haverfield is coached by Katie Healy, Jazz Ingle coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free, and our leader has no coach listed, Melbourne University. Wouldn't be Matty Ryan, he coaches the men, or does he coach everybody?
Predominantly the men, I believe. I'm not quite sure who'd be coaching the lightweight women there at Melbourne Uni, but doing a very good job in any case.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But she's rowing nicely and technique's good. She's got long strokes, long at the front, long at the back, accelerating the handle nicely.
And certainly a clear lead as well, little doubt about that now. Some 3 boat lengths or so. There's our Griffith University Surfers Paradise sculler, so in fact about 2 lengths to be the difference there.
Yep.
5.5 seconds between Charlotte Ball and Jazz Ingle, and then Sarah Berritry a further length or so further back, 2.92 seconds to her. They are our top 3. Francesca Spano of Yarra Yarra does sit 4th, but outside the qualifying spots at this stage. Emma Searle is next for the Commercial Rowing Club, coached by David Vandis, the new Czech coach
from
of
the
that
Czech
club.
Republic originally, but he's been there for about 3 years now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but doing a good job. He and Gus Rodero virtually came on the scene at the same time. Gus now with the Queensland Academy of Sport, having been at University of Queensland Boat Club, and David with Commercial Rowing Club.
Phoebe Doolan then was next in 6th place from the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. And Amelia Linton for Seymour College of South Australia is there in lane 2 in 7th place. But the top 3 only will go through, and Charlotte Ball certainly extending her lead now over both Jazz Ingle on the far side of the course and Sarah Berritry on this side. So slightly unusually, we've got our leaders spread right across the 7 lanes here. It's Charlotte Ball for Melbourne.
An indication that conditions have improved as well.
Yes, absolutely. The white caps from earlier have largely disappeared. Hopefully things will stay that way through until the end of today's racing and before we expect another windy morning yet again tomorrow. But we'll enjoy these good conditions for now while we can.
Yes, very good sculling coming from Charlotte Ball of Melbourne University Boat Club. Jazz Ingle doing a good job over in Station 1 on the far side of the course there. Not too many in the peloton today, Richard?
No, that'll certainly build up as the week progresses, I'm sure. But great access to that cycle lane down the far side of the course as well. One of the many courses now where it is possible to ride along pretty much, well, it is the entire length of the course. Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball will greet the judge and take the win in the first and only repechage of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. Charlotte Ball first.
Oh, that's close for
and
second.
Very tight for second and third.
Jazz Ingle is second. Yeah, she's been declared second, and third is Sarah Berritry of UTS. Then follows
No. Someone's pressed an extra button there. It'll be Yarra Yarra who'll finish 4th. Francesca Spano is next across the line. Emma Searle in 5th place for Commercial.
Yep.
6th will be the centre of the course there, Phoebe Doolan.
7th will be Seymour College, Amelia Linton.
That's it all.
The race 162 was not required as that was a consolidated the second repechage was not required. So the under 21 lightweight men's single is on the course. University of Western Australia, Derek George John in Station 2. Station 3, Brisbane and GPS, Nicholas Langford. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson. Lane 5, Trinity College, Alex Soman. Lane 6, Commercial Rowing Club, Harry Dixon. And Lane 7, Commercial Rowing Club, Micah Talbot.
The officials have certainly used this as a chance to catch up some time because that race already 3/4 through. So we've skipped the gap, gone straight to the 150. Commercial scullers actually on the inside or the eastern side of the course. Micah Talbot and Harry Dixon, lane 7 and 6, coached by Dario Spatelli and Stephen Pozzi. The two scullers there from the Commercial Rowing Club of Brisbane. With 2 repechages here in the under 21 lightweight men's single, but still first, second and third will go. Course there from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson, who looks to have his boat in third and fairly comfortably. He had almost 6 seconds with 500 to go over Brisbane and GPS. Nicholas Langford in 4th spot.
They're different looking commercial singlets, aren't they? From one lane
yes,
to the other.
they don't at all look to be in the same club, but I think a lighter shade of blue. There might just be issue with the sun reflecting on different parts of the course here. And the fact that one is wearing the white skins and one has the dark coloured skins, and it plays havoc with the shades of blue. So
the actual zooties are the same, but they don't look anywhere near the same.
It's the surrounding colours that confuse everything.
Undergarments.
Undergarments are messing with everything, but it will be Commercial 1 and 2 in any case. Micah Talbot with the white skins beats home Harry Dixon in the dark colours. They'll both go through, most importantly, to the semi-finals of the under 21 lightweight women's singles scull. So lane 7 beats home lane 6, and then the distinctive colours of Hunter Valley Grammar there will come home in 3rd place. Hayden Williamson is also through to the semi-finals from this first of 2 repechages.
So well done. Micah Talbot, I would call it, Richard. Micah
Talbot, I'll defer to you as the local when it comes to Commercial Rowing Club.
Well, not necessarily, but I've got a feeling it's Micah. Yeah, Hayden Williamson 3rd. Nicholas Langford in 4th place for Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. 5th is Alex Soman of Trinity College, and 6th then will be University of Western Australia, Derek George John. As we go to race 164, under 21 lightweight men's single scull repechage number 2. In lane 2 will be Caulfield Grammar School, Luca Druitt. Lane 3, Banks Rowing Club, Lucas Turner. Lane 4, Adelaide Rowing Club, Joshua Lascock. Lane 5, Adelaide University, Kyle Miller. Lane 6, Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovich. And lane 7, Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard.
It's a pretty tight battle at the halfway mark of that race too, with Adelaide's Joshua Lasek leading narrowly from Banks Lucas Turner in 2nd place. 1.7 seconds between those two, and then just 3/4 of a second back to Kyle Miller of Adelaide University, who was 3rd. So lane 4 from lane 5 and lane 3 were our top 3 scullers at halfway, and it still looks like that as they approach the 1500 metre mark as well. 4th place Matthew Rickard of Black Mountain, about 1.5 seconds further back. He's on lane 7, so closest here to the finish tower side of the course. And as they come towards 1500, I think that the Black Mountain sculler may have moved up a place or 2 here.
One of our closer races over the full field, Richard.
Yeah, spread out right across the course. Still narrowly the lead is with the Adelaide sculler there, I think, in the centre lane, Joshua Lasek, who leads it just from Kyle Miller, Lucas Turner and Matthew Rickard. About 2.5 seconds 1st to 4th there, with just 3 to qualify.
And only 1.83 back to Alex Tomanovich as well. So it's a classic, you could throw a blanket over them.
Could indeed, yes, great lightweight.
Quite tight enough for a Pashmina.
We haven't pulled out the Pashmina yet, but there is some close racing coming up here in the final 100 metres. So Joshua Lasek of Adelaide in lane 4. Either side of him, Lucas Turner from Banks in lane 3. Kyle Miller of Adelaide Uni in lane 5. And the danger coming down the eastern lane of the course here is Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard from the ACT. They are our top 4 spread out right across the course.
So our leader, Joshua Lassock, is coached by the real Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts. Darren Potts spent time in Queensland, if I recall, but the real Ron Mobbs is a long-time South Australian. Yes. Towed his caravan over here for his accommodation. So, wow, Richard, have a look at this.
It's getting interesting here, and I think they've been joined in the battle here by lane 6 from Canberra, Alex Tomanovic. Stuart John's come back at the right time. 2 ACT scullers are in this one.
A great rowing name, Tomanovic. And he's having a crack, that's for sure, Alex Tomanovic. So it's Matthew Rickard on this side for Black Mountain. Tomanovic beside him, Kyle Miller and Joshua Lassock. Lassock's in trouble, I reckon. They're coming at him from all quarters. And it is Kyle Miller and Matthew Rickard. They look as though they're the two that are going to fight it out. Anybody's guess for first, second, third and fourth. Adelaide University, Kyle Miller will get there first, I reckon. Oh,
that is close. 5-7 and a photo.
And
because one of the scullers there, I think it was the Canberra sculler, did get fairway out of his lane at the end, which just cost him a bit of extra distance too. And that's very tight for third. But Kyle Miller, Matthew Rickard look to have gone through. Lucas Turner at this stage. No, that can't be right.
That's not right.
The computer's saying Banks. He was 5th, Lucas Turner. I'm confident in that. So it is a photo between Lassock and Tomanovic for 3rd place. And of course, that is the spot you need to be in to qualify for the semi-finals. So we'll let the judges do their job there.
That's very close. We'll bring you the official result when it comes to hand, because that's going to take a while to sort out, I reckon. The judges will be downstairs poring over the footage of that one. That's very close, but the next one's underway. Race 165 under 23 lightweight women's single repechage, won first and second to the A final. Scratch lane 3, lane 4 Banks Emma Radmanek. Lane 5, Brisbane and GPS, Mackenzie Durbridge. Lane 6, Sydney University, Gemma Campbell. And lane 7, Swan River, Lola Davies, where she's coached by Mark Beer, the head coach.
And this is the first of 2 repechages in the under-23 lightweight women's singles scull. 2 will go through to the A final from this field of now 4. And the remaining 2 to the B final. Which does again suggest this race possibly being used for selection purposes, given the inclusion of a B final. This race being led pretty comfortably by Mackenzie Durbridge from the Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, where she is coached by Peter Howard, a man who's been very successful up in Queensland for many, many, many years.
With the nickname Rowdy.
Exactly.
Appropriately so.
There was, yes.
He had a bit of bad luck, Rowdy, when he got here. He went to pick up his Avis rent-a-car and they said, "I'm sorry, sir, but your Corolla's gone. You're going to have this BMW instead." He begrudgingly said, "Yes, I'll take it."
I'm sure he argued, yes, long and hard about that one, but he is certainly coaching this sculler with a comfortable lead here. Mackenzie Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS.
Peter, of course, towed the boats for Brisbane and GPS here in 2012, Richard.
Okay.
And back.
Of course.
And when he got back, he was a bit crook and ended up in hospital with a heart complaint.
Oh.
He was banned from towing the boats here this year, I think.
Yes, you're not concerned about your trip back, eh?
No, not in the slightest. Yeah. I'm not towing anything.
That's true, that's true. Peter Howard also very successful as a school coach. He was remains the only coach of a winning All Hallows school first eight in the BSRO back in the year. Rather, you probably were there that day, the Windy Regatta in 2000, and All Hallows scored their first ever win, and they're still looking for their second. They have gone close a couple of times in recent years as the All Hallows.
His daughter, of course, was an All Hallows student, and his son was a Gregory Terrace
Yes, exactly.
Michael?
He was involved at both schools, and the first 8 boat at All Hallows for many years was named the Peter Howard.
Oh, really? Okay. And appropriately so.
Indeed. And Mackenzie Durbridge, it is only 2.39 seconds.
Just under a length over Lola Davies. I would have thought it was more than that.
I'm not completely persuaded by that, but we won't argue with the computer at this stage. Lola Davies certainly is moving through strongly here for Swan River Rowing Club on the eastern side of the course, so she has closed up a fair bit of ground, it does seem, on Mackenzie Durbridge, so we'll agree this time. The computer does know what it's doing. Gemma Campbell still sits third. That is the Sydney University sculler in lane 6, coached by Alfie Young.
And you don't want to be third.
No, not in this particular race, that's for sure. Just 2 to go through from each of these 2 repechauges.
She is coming home very strongly, though, the sculler in the middle there, Gemma Campbell.
We just
Sydney University.
We just had a photo finish. We're still awaiting the result of the previous race, and we may have to give our judges something else to do. They've had a fairly leisurely day and a half, really, so far. Not too many close finishes, so we'll give them some work here to do in the concluding stages. But
look at the finish coming from the Sydney University sculler, Gemma Campbell. She's coached by Alfie Young at Sydney University. So Mackenzie Durbridge on the far side of the course under extreme pressure now from Lola Davies of Swan River and Gemma Campbell of Sydney University Boat Club. It may well be the sculler on this side, Lola Davies, who's under the most pressure as Mackenzie Durbridge and Sydney University's Gemma Campbell goes stroke for stroke. Then back to Lola Davies of Swan River. There's 8 or 9 strokes still to go. These 3 scullers, 3 into 2 won't go. Only 2 are going to go through. It's Campbell who's put a bow in front. She's had a dynamic last 500 metres, and Gemma Campbell will win Repechage 1 in fine style. Sydney University first, Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club second, Swan River third, and Banks will be fourth.
Oh, what a finish. Lightweight rowing at its best, as it so often is the case. Some great tight finishing. And Gemma Campbell has come from third over the last 500 metres to take out that repechage. And it was a discernible margin by the end. It was close to at least half a length, 1.27 seconds. Mackenzie Durbridge holds on to second place by 1.86 seconds at this stage over Lola Davies, who will just miss out after a very strong finish between all 3 scullers. But well done to Gemma Campbell and Mackenzie Durbridge for Repechage 1.
Repechage 2 is well down the course. Lane 4, Hewan, Katie King. Lane 5, Tas University, Kate Oliver. Lane 6, Toowong Rowing Club, Jemima Powell. And Lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Watson.
4 scullers this time around. Again, looking for 2 spots into the A final of the under-23 lightweight women's at single scull. And again, it's a pretty good line across the course. There'll only be a few lengths between the whole field here, but the top 2 showing out in the leading spots, I'd suggest, would be Isabel Watson of Sydney and also Kate Oliver from Tasmania University. They were our top 2 again at 1,500 metres, just 1.67 seconds between those 2, ahead of Toowong's Jemima Powell and Huon's Katie King.
Let's see if Jemima Powell can do what Gemma Campbell did and come through the middle of that duo there. She's got a little, well, not that much more ground to make up than Campbell did, actually.
It's a pretty similar script to the previous race. The sculler in lane 6 sort of holding back and then looking to charge home, and the other 2 pretty close together, Kate Oliver and Isabel Watson. So once again, a grandstand finish coming up in this second repechage of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. Kate Oliver in the red for Tasmanian University, the Sky Blue of Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Watson there in lane 7, and the Toowong colours in yellow, of course, in between those 2, Jemima Powell.
Coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. If she's going to get through, she needs to get a wriggle on, because the Sydney Rowing Club sculler looks to me like she's got a number 1 beside her, Isabel Watson.
Yeah, a big lift also.
Lachlan Carter and Felix Dure.
Yeah, Kate Oliver's lifting too here, so she's determined to stay in second spot at least, ahead of Toowong, and she's moving up on our race leader as well. So it could be close for first and second, if nothing else. I think that the Toowong sculler will have to be content with third place, but Kate Oliver has moved up within a length of our race leader. But Isabel Watson of Sydney Rowing Club will do enough here to hold on and get the win in this second repechage of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. It is Sydney first, about 2/3 of a length back to Tasmania University in second place, and third goes to the Toowong sculler, Jemima Powell, just missing out. Another close finish, but in these lightweight single scull races. And fourth place goes to Huon's Katie King.
And race 167, repechage 1 of the Open lightweight women's single scull is on the course. Progression first 3 to the semi-final. Lane 3, ANA, Alyssa Mansell. Lane 4, Banks, Antoinetta De Cosmo. Lane 5, University of Western Australia, Lara Glendinning. Lane 6, Huon TIS, Eve Muir. And lane 7, Corio Bay, Maggie Foley. And it is Eve Muir who leads, unsurprisingly. I see on social media the other day the Muir family won another Tourism Australia award for their wonderful seafood restaurant there in the harbour in Hobart. So well done to Will and Judy Muir and the whole family.
Yeah.
And Eve is comfortably clear here, almost 8 seconds over Maggie Foley in second place from Corio Bay. Then a further 6 seconds back to Antoinetta De Cosmo, and Lara Glendinning is 18 seconds behind her.
So it's 3 to go through from this race. This is the first of 2 repêchages in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. And yes, certainly Eve Muir a substantial lead. Maggie Foley and Antoinetta De Cosmo second and third, ahead of Lara Glendinning and Alyssa Mansell. Maggie Foley and Antoinetta De Cosmo fought out the final at my possibly new favourite regatta, Australian Henley, a few weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
And the win went to Maggie Foley for the 3rd year in a row, but 2 lightweights both winning the Open Women's Single Scull at that event.
Because all of the Opens are at the NTC?
Might have had something to do with it, but...
Okay. So your new favourite regatta?
Well, there's a Pims bar involved was the main reason for it, but it's styled very much on. It's a wonderfully historic regatta, actually. It dates back to some of the trophies to about the 1860s. They're as old as the Melbourne Cup. But and it was once in the 1920s, and so it was a huge social event in Melbourne, Australian Henley.
Is this the Peter Anthony event? Is Peter involved in that one?
No, there's a different. That's the Melbourne Head, but there's a different committee that runs the Australian Henley as well.
As Eve Muir coasts to the line now, comfortably. Imagine she's coached by Paul Newbon, or maybe, well, she's TIS, so maybe she's coached by Brett Crow.
So Huon take the win. Eve Muir there comfortably through in first place. Maggie Foley will finish second for Corio Bay, and third will go to the sculler from Banks, Antoinetta De Cosmo in lane 4. And 2 more scullers in the race. University of Western Australia, Lara Glendinning will finish 4th. And the sculler from ANA still back a couple of 100 metres away is Alyssa Mansell. She'll finish in 5th position.
Repechage 2, again, the first 3 to go through to the semi-final. Races 254 and 255 tomorrow, one would imagine. In lane 2 is Mercantile, Demetria Kyriakopoulos. In lane 3, ANA Nadja Gardner. Lane 4, University of Western Australia, Izzy Emery. Lane 5, Mersey Ella Marshall. Lane 6, Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs. And in lane 7, Team Hong Kong, Wing Wan Leong. How did I go with Kyriakopoulos?
Demetria Kyriakopoulos, yes, the sculler from Mercantile Rowing Club. One of those names that just rolls off the tongue once you've said it a few times. But certainly lots of letters in there. But Kyriakopoulos for Mercantile, racing in lane 2. The lead in race 168 is with the Sydney University sculler, Annalise Isaacs.
Coached by Big 6. Tommy Lorridge.
Yes. And it's about a half a length, the margin she has over Team Hong Kong in second place. Win Wong Leong there in lane 7 for Team Hong Kong. So lane 6 and 7, the top 2. And just to go back to race 164, right? I think we've got the official results finally from that very close photo finish.
Yep.
Courtesy of the Regatta website. So first place, Adelaide University, Kyle Miller. Second has gone to Matthew Rickard of Black Mountain. There was 0.1 of a second between those two. And third place goes to Joshua Lassick of the Adelaide Rowing Club. He snuck through into third place ahead of Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra. So a very tight finish in that race, just the top 3 going through. And the margin's 0.1, 0.93 and 1.31 seconds in the end. But it's Miller, Rickard and Lassick who qualify in that repechage ahead of Tomanovitz, Turner and Druitt in that very close race 164 earlier.
Thank you, Richard. And I'll have a short break here, and Stuart John will come in and join you for the next bracket of races.
I always thought Lizzie Chapman was one of the busiest people at these regattas, but Stuart John doing a good job today to take on that title. A couple of rows over the course. A training paddle still to come this afternoon. It's all happening. And running ACT rowing while he's here as well. There's no end to the man's talents, but welcome back, Stuart. Glad you found time to drop in for a chat.
Oh, look, just give the people what they don't want, what they want. I don't think it's no end to the talents. I think it's no start to the talents would probably be a little bit closer, Mark.
Depends which perspective you take, doesn't it? But Annalise Isaacs leading here in repechage 2 of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. That is the sculler from Sydney Uni. Team Hong Kong still second, Wing Wung Leong. And third is with Ella Marshall of the Mersey Rowing Club of Tasmania. So the three scullers closest to the spectator side of the course in conditions which you can confirm, Stuart, are certainly improving out there on the water.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can particularly see from the footage, throughout the day we've seen it, particularly at the 1,000 metres and even at the 1,500 metre mark, a number of scullers absolutely struggling to get through. I know being in lane 2, the camera would have been right on me, which I probably didn't want.
We'll go back and check the tape.
Yeah, at 42, I'm not sure I really want to have a camera close on me while I'm wearing Lycra, but no, it's definitely calmed down a bit, and particularly at this last section here, from about the 1,500 metre mark, where you get that protection courtesy of the island and all the facilities that are along here, it does make it a little bit easier. And you can see now, as we've just got our scullers coming up towards the finish line, with Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University still out in front, that, yeah, you can really start to put a little bit of effort into it. So it's really a case of trying not to spend your tickets too early and making sure that you've just got that control and you get that power through during the first 500 metres where it's less covered.
Yeah, and we've seen a few close finishes in recent races, assisted by the improving conditions too. Not so much the case in this race, however. Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University Boat Club will go across and take a very comfortable win here, coached by Tom Lorich, and she will claim the win on lane 6 on the next stroke as she goes across in repechage 2. So Annalise Isaacs takes the win. Second will be Team Hong Kong, Wing Wung Leong, soon to finish, and third and the final qualifying spot will go the way of Ella Marshall, the sculler from the Mersey Rowing Club in Tasmania. Close for 4th and 5th, and two scullers really pushing home quite strongly there. It'll be Izzy Emery, it looks like, from the University of Western Australia, who will take out 4th place.
Yeah, just pulling ahead of Demetria Kyriakopoulos from Mercantile Rowing Club. So a nice little 4th place there. Nice little battle between Izzy Emery and Demetria Kyriakopoulos, and then Nadja Gardner from A&A Rowing Club here in WA, finishing in 6th place. So that was the second repechage of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. So first to Annalise Isaacs, second through to Wing Wung Leong and Ella Marshall in third, all qualifying for the semi-finals. We move on to the next race, which is race 169. So repechage 1 of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. First and second through to the final. In lane 3 from Mersey, Gregory Marshall. Lane 4 from Tasmania University, Sam Casey. We do have a scratching of Mac Russell from the University of Queensland in lane 5. From UTS Haberfields in New South Wales, Matisse Ferrier, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. And lane 7 from Pine Rivers, Michael Hart, coached by Catherine and Alan Borgia.
And they're quickly closing in on the finish of this one too, but UTS Haberfields, Matisse Ferrier was the leader with 500 to go, and he remains in that position now ahead of these scullers on either side of them. Michael Hart on one side and Sam Casey on the other side of our race leader. 1 and 2 only to go through, but so that race for second becomes important here between the Tasmania University sculler and Pine Rivers on lane 7. The lead still with Ferrer of UTS Haberfield, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti, who leads inside the final 100 metres now. The Tasmanian University sculler Sam Casey out there towards the far side of the course has really got the rating up and forced a response from Michael Hart of Pine Rivers. There's still a few strokes to go here as they push towards the line. UTS Haberfield should take out the win. Sam Casey of Tasmania University looks to be in second spot now, ahead of Michael Hart from Pine Rivers with only a couple of strokes to go to the line. That's the way they will go across. A length and a half the margin. Matthias Ferrer wins it for UTS Haberfield. Second place goes to Sam Casey. He's a length clear in the end of Michael Hart from Pine Rivers, who just missed out on a qualifying spot. He will go through to the B final, however, in the open lightweight men's single scull, along with our 4th place sculler, Gregory Marshall from the Mersey Rowing Club, who's still got a little bit of distance to travel, but he will be across shortly in 4th place. And it's UTS Haberfield and Tasmania University who claim the 2 qualifying spots from race 169, the sole repechage of the open lightweight men's single scull.
Moving on to the under-17 women's double scull, repechage 1, so first and second through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated from the event. Lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar and Unley High, Georgie Twelftree and Annabelle McKenzie. Lane 4 from Wendouree Ballarat, Samantha Crilly and Zoe Wright, coached by Paul Blanchfield and Colin Purves. Lane 5 from Radford College, Amber Smith and Jessie Palfreman, coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christophides and Gordon Marks. Lane 6 also from Radford College, Coco Gunther, Emily Brennan, and again coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christophides and Gordon Marks. And Lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, and they're coached by Alexandra Cropley.
There's a clear leader here in the form of Kinross Walleroy in lane 7, but a brilliant race behind them for what will be the second and final qualifying spot. So a big set of entries in the under-17 women's double, as there is, of course, in the under-17 women's single, which requires 4 repechages here. So only 2 from each of the next 4 races will move through to the semi-finals in the under-17 women's double scull. But Kinross Walleroy, the comfortable race leaders, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, coached by Alexandra Cropley. They had almost 10 seconds on the field at the halfway mark, and still looks to be pretty substantially in front as they close in on the timing point at 500 metres. The 2 Radford College crews, but going for 1 qualifying spot. That should be some interesting intra-school rivalry.
Well, you've got to imagine there are a lot of bragging rights on the line right here between our 2 Radford doubles.
Oh, yes, yes.
So it'll be interesting to see who comes away with that one. Kinross Walleroy, yesterday, this crew of Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, from memory, I think they just got run down on the line by a Brisbane and GPS crew. But we're looking very, very comfortable for most of that race. So certainly a good crew, should be able to qualify from here, sitting out in front at the moment.
They look comfortable once again, the blue boat there of Kinross Walleroy.
Well, that was the joke yesterday. Yeah, the Brisbane and GPS crew saw a light blue boat and just went, no, we're not letting people from New South Wales.
None of those southern intruders shall take our spot in the semi-finals. And they've forced Kinross to go via the repechage, but they've certainly got a comfortable lead here. It does look to have stretched out beyond the 10-second mark now. 6:20.40 the time for Kinross. And these 2 Radford College heroes locked together. That hasn't changed for 500 metres. I think it hasn't changed for the entire race so far, but narrowly, ever so narrowly, it's Coco Gunther and Emily Brennan ahead of Amber Smith and Jessie Palfreman, both coached by Maggie Noonan and Zoe Christophides, and also Gordon Marks, of course, who's relatively new to Radford College, but presumably members of the same crew, separating here into 2 double sculls to race for national championship glory. And as things stand, only 1 will progress in this event.
0.41 of a second between those 2 Radford crews, Richard. So I think as we come up towards the finish line, we are in for an absolute grandstand finish between them. But don't count out the crew from Newcastle Grammar and Unley High, Georgie Twelftree and Annabelle McKenzie. They were 4.5 seconds behind at the 1,500 metre mark, but really looking quite comfortable as they were going through. So you might find that they just put in a little bit of a push to see if they can sneak up on either of these Radford crews.
Interesting combination of clubs there from two different states, or a school and a club from 2 different states. So clearly a very deliberate combination. So I must assume they've got some pedigree, or at least some intention of racing together with a degree of regularity, but sitting still there in 4th place, it looks like. They're 2 Radford College crews. I think that lane 5, which had the narrowest of leads with 500 to go, may have stretched that out to a length or so now, so it's looking better still for Amber Smith and Jessie Palfreman. But as we saw in this event yesterday, plenty of racing remains until they're all the way down to the finish line, but Kinross Walleroy certainly look comfortably in front and will go through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, coached by Alexandra Cropley, are out in front at the moment. And again, as you say, Richard, Amber Smith and Jessie Palfreman from Radford College, leading Coco Gunther and Emily Brennan. And again, as I say, Georgie Twelftree from Unley High and Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, just starting to come up on that second Radford crew. So we've seen the Radford crews split. Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong going through to the semi-final in the under-17 women's double sculls. Joining them in the semi-final will be Radford College's Amber Smith and Jessie Palfreman. So they'll qualify as well. Ended up finishing a couple of boat lengths ahead of their schoolmates, and Coco Gunther and Emily Brennan in third, and then Georgie Twelftree and Annabelle McKenzie in fourth from Newcastle Grammar and Unley High, and then Samantha Crilly and Zoe Wright from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club coming through in fifth. So a winning time there for the Kinross crew of 8 minutes 32.52.
And the first of 4 repêchages complete in the under-17 women's double scull. So 3 remain, and the next one on the course now is at the halfway mark. That yellow boat there on lane 3 looks to be the first crew through that point as well. That's Swan River in lane 3. Trinity Lutheran racing in lane 4. Brisbane and GPS in lane 5. Commercial lane 6. And Trinity Lutheran with 2 crews in the race also in lane 7. And it was, in fact, that was the shot of the crew in 5th spot going through the timing point. So it's actually Trinity Lutheran who lead with their lane 4 combination of Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, who are coached by Eric Rowan, and they were narrowly ahead of Commercial at the halfway mark of that race. Poppy Yarsky and Rose Pix.
Coming down the course now. So as mentioned, Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffith from Swan River, Trinity Lutheran in lane 4, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. Lane 5 from Brisbane and GPS, Abby Wex and Danielle Watt. Lane 6 from Commercial, Poppy Yarsky and Rose Ricks. And Trinity Lutheran in lane 7, Alina Doherty and Molly Lomax.
2 spots on offer here in the semis as well, and certainly looking fairly likely at this stage with a 12.5 second gap between second and third to be Trinity lane 6. Well, Trinity lane 4, that is, and Commercial lane 6, the leading 2 crews. Then Trinity Lutheran in lane 7. So that school from the Gold Coast with 2 crews in the top 3. Both rowing in the distinctive green boats, which always help to identify a Trinity Lutheran crew. And the lane 4 crew looks to have maintained that margin on Commercial in second place as they come through shortly with 500 metres to race. The green boat
with the green bow number.
Green bow number, very matching there. Plenty of green and bright colours always there in that boat, and a neat length lead too for Trinity Lutheran over Commercial. So that is Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, who lead Poppy Yarsky and Rose Ricks by 3.11 seconds with 500 a row. And the other green boat, they're clearly in third. Alina Doherty and Molly Lomax, also coached by Eric Rowan. Brisbane and GPS would be fourth, Abby Wex and Danielle Watt. And then Swan River's Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffith will be the final crew into the last quarter of the race.
So Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford out in front at the moment, as we just see Swan River's Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffith crossing over the 1500 metre mark. So conditions still a little bit tricky out there. There is a little bit of dust that's coming up from the construction area down towards the 1000 metre mark. So it does make the throat a little bit dry as you're coming through. So really important to hydrate up as much as possible before you get out there. And the sun's got a wee bit of a kick to it as well. So
yes, getting warm out there.
Cover all the good stuff and make sure you're well hydrated before going out for races.
Yeah, see the dust blowing off the construction site. We can see from here out the other window. So it's a busy section of the course there. Plenty of heavy equipment moving around. Construction doesn't stop for anything, it appears, here in the west. And this is becoming still close, really, between these two. It's been close for a while, but Trinity Lutheran and Commercial, the top 2 crews, both from Queensland. In fact, 4 of the 5 boats in this race are from Queensland, and they will take the 2 qualifying spots. But looks like it will be Trinity Lutheran still holding on by a bit of a lead, a length or so on Commercial there in second place, and the gap back to Trinity Lutheran, who will in the end finish first and third, but only the top 2 can qualify through to the semi-finals here of the under-17 women's double scull. And there's just a couple of strokes to go for our race leaders there in the green boat. Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford will continue on in the under-17 women's double scull. They'll race in the semi-finals tomorrow, along with Commercial's Poppy Yarsky and Rose Ricks. Will finish in second place. Third also Trinity on lane 7, Alina Doherty and Molly Lomax. Fourth will be the Brisbane and GPS combination. And 5th will go the way of the Swan River Rowing Club crew, who've still got a few strokes to go. So Abby Wex and Danielle Watt in 4th, and Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffith will finish in 5th place.
Moving on to the 3rd repechage for the under-17 women's double sculls. Again, 1st and 2nd through to the semi-final. From Unley High in South Australia, Scarlett Shanks and Emma Luscombe. They're coached by Annalise Size. In lane 4 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Brianna Dale and Jada Critchlow, coached by Rodney Dick. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett, coached by Felix Dew. In lane 6 from Unley High, Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold, coached by Daniel Ralph. And in lane 7 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hanson-Knaroy, and they're coached by Keely Atchinson. So a nice spread of states. We saw Queensland and WA. Last one, we've got Queensland, South Australia, New South Wales and WA in this race.
Yeah, the width and breadth of the country well represented here. And they're about to come through into the final 500 of the race. And it's one of the local crews who leads the way. Fremantle in lane 7, and quite comfortably so there, Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hanson-Knaroy. Ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, it looks like they're just ahead of Unley High. So lane 7, 5 and 6, the top 3, a very clear top 3. And then back still to the Bundaberg crew, and also the second combination from Unley High of Adelaide, who would be in 5th position. In fact, Bundaberg would be in 5th, Unley High on that western side, close to the camera, in 4th. Going past our camera now at the 1500 metre mark, but the action on the other side of the course, where Fremantle's Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hanson-Knaroy lead well ahead of Isabel Yardley of Sydney, along with Grace Bennett. And the Unley High combination of Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold in 3rd spot, but only 2 will qualify, so some work to do there for Unley High in lane 6.
So Fremantle Rowing Club out in the lead at the moment. Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hanson-Knaroy. Head of Sydney Rowing Club's Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. And then probably about a boat length between 2nd and 3rd, the Unley High crew of Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold. So with about 250 metres to go, the Unley High crew not out of it as yet, but they will need to start putting on a bit of a push and pushing hard.
They're doing exactly that, I think, too, that Unley High crew. They are coming home strongly here.
Look, I think we're going to be in for a fascinating finish for that final qualification position. Juliet Kelly, Charlotte Hanson-Knaroy out in front, looking very comfortable. The locals will go through and take the repechage win in the under-17 women's double sculls. So with a few strokes to go, they will qualify in 1st place from the repechage. So a win there for Fremantle. Then we've got Unley High, Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold. They've moved ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. They're now half a boat length in front. They have timed this to perfection. A great row there from Unley High. Felicity Cox, Eleanor Nettlefold coming through in 2nd, qualifying for the semi-finals. Sydney Rowing Club's Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett just missing out there. They had the lead for they had that 2nd place wrapped up for most of the race, and then right towards the end there, you could see Richard that sprint over the last 250 metres, getting past them with about 50 metres to go before pulling well ahead towards the end there.
It was a well-timed sprint. You could see it coming, and so could Sydney, and there was nothing they could do to respond as the Unley High crew went straight past them into a top 2 spot and into the semi-finals along with Fremantle. The race winners there on lane 7 as we see the next couple of crews come across from Unley High again there in lane 3 and also Bundaberg in lane 4 to complete the field in the 3rd repechage of the under-17 women's double scull.
Moving on to repechage number 4, so our final repechage. 2nd through to the semi-finals. In lane 2 from Radford College, Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter. They're coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christophe, coached by Keely Atchinson. Lane 4 from Gibson and Matilda Cocker. They're coached by David Maharich and Lachlan Vanderven. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers, coached by Felix Dew. And lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar, Ella Durand and Scarlett Tavaski.
It's that crew you just mentioned, Stuart, who are leading through the halfway mark of the race to Ella Garand and Scarlett Tavaski of Gippsland Grammar. Our race leaders by just over a length, in fact, it was at the 1,000 metre mark, 2.93 seconds over Sydney in second place, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. And then in third now is a composite crew, Buckingham and Swan River, Izzy Bolton of Swan River, Matilda Cocker of Buckingham Rowing Club in third place, but just outside the qualifying spots. Then Radford College over on the other side of the course, who have moved well clear of the crews in lanes 3 and 4. At Radford College lane 2, Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter trying to move up into a qualifying spot ahead of both Fremantle and the second crew from Gippsland Grammar.
Out in front, the Gippsland Grammar crew, Ella Durand and Scarlett Tavaski, leading Sydney Rowing Club's Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. And again, both those crews looking quite comfortable out in front. We've got, looks to be Radford and then the Buckingham Swan River Composite that are sitting, battling it out for third and fourth, and then back a little bit further to Gippsland Grammar's April Harrison, Tilly Fox, and Fremantle's Bridget Grolton and Hannah Blaney.
Ella Garand in that boat for Gippsland Grammar is the schoolgirl single scull champion of Victoria after a very narrow win in the state championships over Zara Kafuri, who races at under 19 level in this regatta, but the two of them separated by just 0.1 of a second over in the schoolgirl single scull final. It was a very hard-fought race, which Ella Garand came from about a length back too with 500 to go and charged over the top to just win that one. So a strong finisher in her racing as well here with Scarlett Tavaski, another well-qualified sculler from the Gippsland Grammar School based at Sale in Victoria. And I'm not sure they'll need a particularly substantial sprint finish, although the crew next to them from Sydney Rowing Club may in fact have moved up to take the lead now in the third 500 of the race. Still well clear the top two on that side, but Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers have certainly turned things around in the third 500 of the race. They've gone from a length down to almost a length up, 2.14 seconds the margin. So Sydney now lead Gippsland Grammar in this fourth and final repechage of the under-17 women's double scull. So Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers have timed their race pretty well at this stage as they head into the final quarter.
Yeah, it's the championship corner and quarter, and you can see there that Sydney Rowing Club crew now just starting to pull away from the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 7. First and second are going through to the semi-finals. It's 21 seconds between second and third at the moment. So it's very much a race in two. So mostly for the race for lanes at the moment. Buckingham Swan River sitting in second place ahead of Radford College. The second Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 4, and then Fremantle making up the field through the 1,500 metre mark.
Sydney Rowing Club do look to be extending their lead here on lane 6. That combination of Stevenson and de Villiers, coached by Felix Dieu, who certainly got clear water now on Gippsland Grammar, who are racing in the lane closest to the spectator side of the course, just passing the various tents and marquees in the spectator area next to the boat park. But they would sit in second place behind our race leaders now from Sydney. But both will very comfortably go through. As Stuart noted, about more than 20 seconds, in fact. Spots go, that race seems well and truly over. But this is becoming a strong lead and a big win, you'd think, coming up to Sydney Rowing Club in this final repechage.
Yeah, they've really absorbed what Gippsland Grammar had to throw at them very early on in the piece. Gippsland Grammar leading through the first 1,000 metres, and then Sydney Rowing Club just able to push through and really go through. You can see there's plenty of clear water between first and second there as they're coming up towards the finish line, and it will be a strong win and qualification for the semi-final for Sydney Rowing Club's Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. Also qualifying for the semi-final will be Gippsland Grammar's Ella Durand and Scarlett Tavaski. So they're both going through. The winning time, 8 minutes 22.30. Then coming through in third place,
Buckingham Composite crew, I think, will take third.
Yeah, the Buckingham Composites finishing just ahead. It's been a strong finish from the second Gippsland Grammar crew. They were sitting in fifth place for a while there, but the Buckingham Swan River Composite, Izzy Bolton and Matilda Cocker, finishing in third ahead of April Harrison and Tilly Fox from Gippsland Grammar, and then back a little bit further to Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter from Radford College, and then Fremantle's Bridget Grolton and Hannah Blaley.
That's the 4 repecharges complete in the under-17 women's double scull. We now move on to the under-17 men's event. Just the 3 repecharges required this time around, so it's the first and second in each who will go through to the semi-finals from these next 3 races, and we're well underway in the first of them, race 174, which sees Pulteney Grammar in lane 2, Mossman in lane 3, Trinity Grammar of Victoria in lane 4, the Hale School from Western Australia in 5, and Pulteney Grammar from South Australia with 3 crews in the race, in fact lane 6 and 7 as well as lane 2. So bookending the course, the combinations from Pulteney Grammar, and unsurprisingly with half the field, one of those combinations does lead for Pulteney Grammar. That's the lane 6 crew of Sam Williams and Zach Parrish, who would be the crew in front, and Trinity Grammar in lane 4. In second place, David Morris and Matthew Rigby, and Mossman from Sydney in third place, William Robertson and Guy Ormond. So the top 2 only at this stage to qualify. Pulteney Grammar in 6, Trinity Grammar in lane 4. Not to be confused with Trinity from Perth. That's the Trinity Grammar School from Melbourne. The Trinity College Perth will also race in the school events at this regatta. They were the Head of the River winners here on this course just a bit over a week ago, winning the Perth Head of the River. But in this particular race, it's the Trinity Grammar combination from Melbourne sitting in second place, but well behind our race leaders from Pulteney Grammar in South Australia, Sam Williams and Zach Parrish, coached by Kyle Schoonby and Nicholas Schoonby, the coaches of all 3 of these Pulteney combinations, and a very strong third 500 once again from Pulteney Grammar, who've now stretched out to about a 2.5 length lead. 6.5 seconds over Trinity Grammar, David Morris and Matthew Rigby, who are coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller. And then a substantial margin still again back to Mossman in third, William Robertson and Guy Ormond, coached by Kieran Kabelke. Pulteney Grammar next on the eastern side of the course, lane 7, Joshua Zhang and Cy O'Hanlon. The Hale School in the centre of the course, Caleb Levers and Sam Belladonna. And the final combination from Pulteney Grammar in lane 2 is Fred Modra and William Thompson.
So Pulteney Grammar out in front. Sam Williams and Zach Parrish, a crew in lane 6. And we can see here, so we've got lane 6 in the lead, lane 4 in second, and then lane 3 in third. So a little bit more spread out than what we've seen over the in today. The lanes were redrawn to try and have it so as that the best lanes are lanes 7, 6, 5. But this particular race, we're seeing lane 6 certainly do well, but then lanes 4 and 3 also showing that it's not a death knell.
It's great to see crews winning and placing from everywhere on the course. Just goes to show the fairness of the conditions when that does happen, not just a procession down one side of the course or the other.
So we've got Pulteney Grammar out in the lead. Sam Williams, Zach Parrish. Every time I hear Sam Williams, I'm just thinking of a Canberra Raiders halfback.
We are getting our rugby league quotas up today. I think Ben Homer's keen to come back and mention Newcastle again too. Look, whatever you do, don't mention the Dolphins.
Look, I think we just need to talk about the most important team, and that's the North Queensland Cowboys. 2015 Grand Final. Beat that. Pulteney Grammar out in the lead. Sam Williams and Zach Parrish from South Australia. They'll go through and take a very comfortable win in the first repechage of the men's under-17 double sculls. Joining them in the semi-final will be the crew from Trinity Grammar in Victoria. That is David Morris and Matthew Rigby coming through in second. Third place will go to William Robertson and Guy Ormond from Mossman Rowing Club. Coming through in fourth will be the Hale School crew of Caleb Levers and Sam Belladonna. And then just waiting on the final couple of crews there.
That was actually Pulteney Grammar who've gone off course there late. Stuart have come across in lane 7. That's Pulteney in lane 7 who are finishing in lane 4. But they were in fourth place, just to really confuse us. Hale will be next.
Hale are in lane 4, yes. And they are closer to us than lane 7.
Than the lane 4, yeah, exactly. And there's still to come home one more crew from Pulteney Grammar who at least are doing the right thing and staying in their lane 2. They'll finish in 6th spot. I'm not sure, I've called the Hale School many times before, so some of these new colours of the Perth schools we're having to rapidly learn over here.
Absolutely, although I always love seeing the different Zudi designs and the different ways that people have got the different colours.
Yes, how much variety there really is after all.
We've just had Ben Horner. He's trying to show us the 1997 Grand Final. Darren Albert crossing over.
Really reaching a long way back into history. Ben, you're not old enough for 1997, are you?
Were you born then?
It was one, okay.
One, yes. Look. I think what he was looking for was Michael Morgan out. Felt in the corner, and then JT with the field goal. Repechage number 2, the under-17 men's double scull. Lane 2 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Max Watt and Kit Mueller, coached by Kevin Neville. In lane 3 from Trinity College, Isaac Boston and Lucas Kadachi, coached by Kenzie Boy. In lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds. Lane 5 from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Nicholas Thompson and Tristan Vesey, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. Lane 6 from Cranbrook School, Edward Williams and Carson Prout. They're coached by Adrian Henning and David Cameron. And lane 7 from Trinity College here in WA, Giancarlo Vinciguerra and Thomas Coles, and they're coached by Tim Kelly and Kenzie Boy.
I mentioned the potential for confusion in the previous race with Trinity Grammar from Melbourne in the previous heat. This is Trinity College from Perth racing in this repechage, and they've got 2 boats in the race as well. But the top 2, just to underscore the current fairness of the course, are in the centre lanes. Gippsland Grammar, the Victorians in lane 4, Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds, and Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club from Central Queensland, Nicholas Thompson and Tristram Vesey would be in at second place. There was 1.5 seconds between those two at the halfway mark, but it does look as if that lead is now stretching out in favour of the Gippsland Grammar combination in the yellow boat there. It will go through about 2 lengths clear now, so a very strong third quarter there for Gippsland Grammar, ahead of Rockhampton Fitzroy in second place when they sit in the 2 qualifying spots. Then Cranbrook from Sydney have come through well late in the race too. That is Edward Williams and Carson Prout across in lane 6, who are up ahead of the first of the 2 Trinity combinations, and it is Trinity lane 3 who are there in 4th, Isaac Boston and Lucas Kadachi.
As we just see the second Trinity College crew come through, Giacomo Vinciguerra and Thomas Coles, and then they're ahead of the Fremantle crew in lane 7, Max Watt and Kit Mueller. So out in front now, it's still Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds, looking very comfortable out in front. We're seeing, going back to more the arrow formation at the moment, with this race coming down. Sitting in second place next to them, Rockhampton Fitzroy, Nicholas Thompson and Tristan Vesey. Probably about boat length or 2 ahead of the Cranbrook Schools, Edward Williams and Carson Prout. So they're our 1, 2, 3 as they're coming in to the Red Boys for the 250 metre mark. And then Trinity College's Isaac Boston and Lucas Kadachi sitting in 4th place ahead of Giacomo Vinciguerra, Thomas Coles from Trinity College and Max Watt and Kit Mueller from Fremantle.
Cranbrook trying to challenge Rockhampton Fitzroy late in this race too. The bright green caps there of the Cranbrook combination making up some ground. Rockhampton Fitzroy been 4th to lift. They got a bit messy for a few strokes, but look to have got it back together now. They're in second place.
So it's still Gippsland Grammar out in the lead. Rockhampton Fitzroy sitting in second place. Cranbrook trying desperately to make up that last bit of ground, but they may well run out of course, and it's been a big push from the Rockhampton Fitzroy boys. Lagan Joshi and Sam Reynolds from Gippsland Grammar, they'll go through and take the win in repechage number 2. So a good win there for Gippsland Grammar. Second place going to the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Nicholas Thompson and Tristan Vesey. They'll go through to the semi-finals for the under-17 men's double sculls. Third place going to Cranbrook, Edward Williams and Carson Prout, ahead of Trinity College's Isaac Boston and Lucas Kadachi in 4th. And then we'll see Trinity College's Giacomo Vinciguerra and Thomas Coles in 5th. And then Fremantle Rowing Club's Max Watt and Kit Mueller coming through in 6th place. So winning time there of 7 minutes 41.
So 2 repechages complete there in the under-17 men's double scull. 1 more remains as our 6th place boat there comes across the line from Fremantle. The race 176 is repechage 3 of the under-17 men's double scull. With a field of 6 in this boat, the top 2 to go through to tomorrow's semi-finals. The Southport School in lane 2, Pulteney Grammar in 3, Prince Alfred College lane 4, Rockhampton Fitzroy in 5, Mercantile lane 6, and Kinross Walleroy, the crew in lane 7. And they are our race leaders too, it looks like. Kinross, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith.
How many times do we say at Nationals that Kinross are in the lead?
Yes, it becomes a habit, that's for sure. And they are in the favoured lane 7 too, so clearly going through as the top-ranked boat in this race and justifying their ranking at this stage.
Yeah, Mercantile sitting in second place in lane 6, Henry and Rory Somerville, coached by Peter Somerville. And then we've got Prince Alfred College sitting in third ahead of Rockhampton Fitzroy in fourth, the Southport School in fifth, and then Pulteney Grammar in sixth place through the 1,000-metre mark.
And the Kinross, another of those crews that clearly has to travel to compete on almost every occasion, similar to we saw Glipson Grammar win the previous heat, who are based largely in Sale in eastern Victoria, so some at least 2 or 3 hours away from where most of the regattas are held in Victoria, and a similar story for Kinross Walleroy, who have to come to compete generally in Sydney for most of their school regattas.
Yeah, and it's one of the strengths really of regional rowing, I guess, because every time you go down, you want to make it worthwhile, because you're not going to travel hundreds of kilometres, pay for accommodation, pay for petrol at 2023 prices, and do a rubbish row.
Exactly. So a short trip across the country to Perth is in keeping with their usual standard of a
quick trip down the road.
A couple more hours.
Well, I think the first time I ever came across to Perth was back in 1999. I caught the Greyhound from Brisbane. 1 out of 10, do not ever recommend to anyone. That was when it was cheaper to go around the world than fly return to Perth, so it was before Virgin Australia came in.
Yes.
Certainly an experience. You go across the Nullarbor at night. And I remember coming back and sitting next to a bloke who was significantly larger than me, although that's not difficult.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Looking up at the luggage racks and going, I can fit in that.
And one of a quiet asleep on the top of the bus. Oh, wow. Yeah, that does sound like I thought the 4-hour flight on Sunday was long enough, so...
Yeah, no.
4 hours in the bus or so, that would be...
Well, it was...
more than that, wouldn't it?
Brisbane, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, and then on the way back, Perth, Adelaide, Mildura overnight, because Dad's from there, and then back through Canberra, Sydney, and I think it was about 3 or 4 days each way.
It's one way to see the country, I suppose, in any case. Clearly memorable if you
call
it well still, 24 years on?
Yes, don't say it like that. Because your maths is correct, and I don't want to think about the fact that I was 18, 24 years ago. Anyway. Oh, you rude, inconsiderate man. Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith from Kinross Walleroy out in the lead at the moment through the 1,500 metres, and plenty of time between them and Mercantile's Henry and Rory Somerville sitting in second place, so 11 seconds between first and second, and then just under 19 seconds between second and third, so the Prince Alfred College crew of Milo Katsaris and Angus Fremantle sitting in that third place, and then Rockhampton Fitzroy, the Southport School, and Pulteney Grammar making up our field. So I think we're going to have a nice little battle here, Richard, for fourth and fifth.
Yeah, very close at the rear of the field, but Kinross just killing them out in front here. They're about to record a very, very comfortable win and go through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, they've led from start to finish. You can just see very tidy, perfectly in time. Coming up towards the finish line, they'll go through and qualify for the semi-final of the men's under-17 double scull. Time of 7 minutes 22.24.
And then 3 across the course, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So they're all going to miss out as far as the semi-finals are concerned, but a chance for a late sprint glory here in the 3rd repechage of the under-17 men's double scull. And it may well be now. That's Pulteney Grammar on the far side of the course. Prince Alfred College, in fact, it's the Southport School in the bright caps there over in lane 2 who are coming through most strongly. And then would be Rockhampton Fitzroy in second place. Ahead now of Prince Alfred College as they push towards the finish line. It will be the Southport School in lane 2 there as the sun starts to reflect off the course as we head towards the late afternoon, but it's definitely Southport who finished 3rd. 4th does go to Rockhampton Fitzroy. 5th should be Prince Alfred College. And 6th then will be Pulteney Grammar. So good racing for the minor spots, but Kinross Walleroy, the comfortable winners, and Mercantile in second place, progressing through to the semi-finals of the under-17 men's double scull.
Moving on to the first repechage for the under-19 women's double sculls, and first and second to go through to the semi-finals. Lane 2 from Swan River Rowing Club, Rhiannon Fernando and Ruby Hughes, coached by Lachlan Vanderven and David Maharich. Lane 3 from A&A Rowing Club, Laura Stokes and Bronte Fong, coached by Graham Scattergood. Lane 4 from Radford College, Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller, they're coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks. Lane 5 from Fremantle and the Wilderness School, Lulu Detmold Cox and Emma O'Neill, coached by Keely Atchison and Josh Dunstan. Lane 6 from Trinity Lutheran College, Ruby Hodges and Scarlett Wood, coached by Eric Rowan. And Lane 7 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer, and they're coached by Rodney Dick. As we have a change in the commentary, Richard Dorstein's gone off to find some different rugby league footage that's not from the 1997 grand final, and here to not talk about rugby league is Lizzie Chapman. Good afternoon.
Most definitely not here to talk about rugby league. You are quite right. I don't know. No, I like talking about rowing, and here we are.
That's classy.
And here we are. I'm trying to work out who's who, though. Is that so? That's lane 2. So we've got no, those are not the colours of Swan River.
No, so that's Radford College out in the lead.
Yeah.
Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller. Just wondering if Stuart Sampson's still watching from his vantage point from last time.
Was that the one? The gentleman in Bali?
That was
it was, wasn't
gentleman
it?
in Bali.
Hello there. If you are still watching us, Mr. Sampson, hope you're enjoying your cocktails. Yep, it is Radford College, and they're in the lead over Trinity Lutheran at the 500 to go mark, with Fremantle and Wilderness combination sitting in 3rd place. Bundaberg in 4th and A&A in 5th at this point in time. Only 2 will progress through to the semi-final. So Radford College leading by over a length at 1,500 metres, and another length and a bit behind them, the Fremantle and Wilderness. So at this stage, it looks as though those are the 2 that will progress, but there's always a chance for Fremantle and Wilderness. As far as Bundaberg is concerned, there's some 3 lengths back to them, so I suspect they've left their dash too late to really do anything about it. That's the crew of Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer.
Yeah, and it's been a busy regatta for that crew from Bundaberg. They've been in a number of races, so obviously might just be taking its toll later on in the day.
Very busy coach there, Mr. Rodney Dick, coaching loads of different crews, so hope he's keeping out of the sun. And it is quite warm out there. The sun has really risen, and I'm sure the UV has too, so just a reminder to slip, slop, slap and sip, everybody. Great race coming up now between Radford College and the Fremantle Wilderness composite that are challenging them.
Yeah, Radford College have led from the start, but they are now under some serious pressure here from the Fremantle Wilderness School composite crew. Lulu Detmond Cox and Emma O'Neill pushing hard and starting to make up some ground on that Radford crew. Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller. They're our 2 crews at the moment who are looking to qualify for the semi-finals. So they're our 2 crews out in the lead. Sorry, it's Trinity Lutheran,
isn't it?
Ruby Hodges and Scarlett Wood. And I think the Trinity Lutheran crew, yes, they've just rode through. They've got through by about a quarter of a boat length. Radford College come through in 2nd place, 3rd going to that Fremantle Wilderness School composite. So Ruby Hodges and Scarlett Wood managing to row through Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller from Radford College, with the Fremantle Wilderness composite of Lulu Detmold Cox and Emma O'Neill coming through in 3rd place. Bundaberg's Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer will finish in 4th place, and they'll go ahead of A&A's Laura Stokes and Bronte Fong, and then back a little bit further to the Swan River composite of Rhiannon Fernando and Ruby Hughes.
So the judges have said it's a photo finish between Trinity Lutheran in lane 6 and Radford College in lane 4. So we'll wait for that to be judged, and then 2.95 of a second back to Fremantle. Only 2 to progress to the semi-final. So in repechage 1 of the under-19 women's double scull, through to the semi-final, Trinity Lutheran, Ruby Hodges and Scarlett Wood, and Radford College, Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller. Eliminated now from the event, 3rd placed Fremantle Wilderness, Detmold Cox and O'Neill, 4th Bundaberg, Heaps and Mortimer, 5th A&A, Stokes and Fong, 6th Swan River, Ferdinando and Hughes.
Coming down the course now is repechage number 2 of the under-19 women's double sculls. In lane 1 from Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bahagya and Ruby Lindrau. In lane 2 from Melbourne Girls College, Lucinda and Gwyneth Opthoog, coached by Glenn Fishman. Lane 3 from Townsville and JCU, Maya Williams and Nisha Hammond, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. Lane 4 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Ruby Gray and Francesca Spano, coached by David Orchett. In Lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Zara Rose Beattie. Lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty, coached by Nigel Miller. And Lane 7 from Pymble Ladies College, Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley, coached by Ollie Titz and Ben Booker.
That's an unusual name, Opt Hoog. I've just had a look at it, and as we might have thought, it is a Dutch name, well renowned for their sculling, the Dutch. And that is the crew from Melbourne Girls College, but sadly, well, maybe they're young, but they're at the moment in 7th position. Just ahead of them is the crew from Yarra Yarra of Ruby Gray and Francesca Spano. In 6th, in 5th right now, Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Zahra Rose Beattie off the start. See the certainly the wind's a bit more consistent, but it's a crosswind now, isn't it? Very tricky conditions.
It swirls. It literally cannot make up its mind as to which direction it's going to go in.
That was the same last week. I was brought here under false pretenses. I was told it was a headwind in the morning and a tailwind in the afternoon, perfect for rowing, and that's not what it was like for canoeing last week. So, and it's certainly not what it's like today for rowing. So.
Out in front, we do have the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty. So they were leading by 3 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, ahead of Pymble Ladies, Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley. Big g'day to all the people back in Canberra who are watching it on the live stream. One of the Canberra Girls coaches, Megan Chen, I know is watching and passing on her feedback. I'm sure she's loving anything that's talking about Queensland Rugby League, although we haven't made it to State of Origin.
No more Rugby League! Definitely not State of Origin.
Oh, we can talk about that all. Canberra Girls Grammar out in front at the moment as we're coming up now towards the 1,500-metre mark, and we'll see there that's lane number 6, Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty. Out in front through the 1,500-metre mark. They've got a good couple of boat lengths ahead of the second place Pymble Ladies College crew of Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley. And then coming through in third, Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Zara Rose Beattie in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. First and second going through to the semi-final. Coming through in fourth place is the crew from Yarra Yarra. That's Ruby Gray and Francesca Spano. And then in fifth place, we've got Yarra Yarra down twice, which is an impressive effort when you think about it. But certainly coming through Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bahagia and Ruby Lindrea, and then the Melbourne Girls College crew of Lucinda and Gwyneth Opt-Hoog.
Well, certainly looking down the side of the finish tower here, it does look as though Pymble Ladies College are having a good battle with the Canberra Girls Grammar Schools. They're in lane 7, closest to the spectators, and lane 6, 1 in. And then it's back to Gippsland Grammar's Hannah Roberts and Zahra Rose Beattie. And then Skipper Lane, so Yarra Yarra in their red have dropped back a bit, and it's Townsville JCU, Maya Williams and Nisha Hammond who are up there in fourth position. But guys, it's only 2 through to the semi-final. Everybody else is going to have to move on to the other boats that they're racing here at the Nationals. And as they come into the final 250 metres of the course, Canberra Girls Grammar lift their rate of striking and move away. So that's Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty, coached by Nigel Miller. Looking very powerful, long and strong here, definitely executing their race plan as they lift now into the final 100 metres, leaving Pymble Ladies College Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley from the Pymble Ladies College second 8 to also execute their race plan and sprint into the finish in order to stay ahead of Gippsland Grammar's Hannah Roberts and Zahra Rose Beattie.
So Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty crossing over the line in first place, so that's a win for Canberra Girls Grammar. They'll be stoked with that. Second place going to Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley, so they'll both qualify for the semi-finals. Third place going to Gippsland Grammar's Hannah Roberts and Zahra Rose Beattie, ahead of what looks to be. So that's third, and then we've got Townsville and JCU, Maya Williams and Nisha Hammond rowing through the Yarra Yarra crew over in lane 4. So we'll just see their confirmation. Townsville and JCU coming through in 4th, ahead of Yarra Yarra in 5th. And then back to the second Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 1 in 6th place, and then Melbourne Girls College in 7th.
Confirming the second repechage of the under-19 women's double scull. First, Canberra Girls Grammar, Burns and Natty. Second, Pymble Ladies College, Miller and Pockley. Those two crews progress through to the semi-final. Third, Gippsland Grammar, Roberts and Beattie. Fourth, Townsville JCU, Williams and Heyman. Fifth, Yarra Yarra, Gray and Spano. Sixth, Gippsland Grammar, Buhagia and Lindrea. And seventh, Melbourne Girls College, Opthoog and Opthoog. They are now eliminated from the event. The third repechage of the under-19 women's double scull is now in progress, with Caulfield Grammar in lane 2, Stella Mayer and Emily Thompson, Corio Bay in lane 3, Monique Guest and Leah Murphy, Guildford Grammar in lane 4, Emma Pittman and Tilly Herman-Ralph. In lane 5, Ballarat City with Norwood International High, Angelica Chia and Meg Shaw. In lane 6, Lily Barker from Mersey with Layla Hucker from North Esk. And in lane 7, also from Tasmania, Olivia Yates and Meg Castles from Mersey Rowing Club. A couple of crews there for the Tippett family. They're coaching the Mersey crew and also the North Esk Mersey Composite. They've been busy coaches too. We've had a lot of people on the water.
There's a few busy coaches loading out and about, particularly from some of these regional clubs. Some good entries coming through from them. Coming up towards the 1500 metre mark though, and first across is the Mersey crew. No, so we've got Mersey in the lead, Corio Bay sitting in second, so the Mersey crew of Olivia Yates and Meg Castles leading Corio Bay's Monique Guest and Leah Murphy, ahead of the North Esk Mersey Composite of Lily Barker and Layla Hucker. Guildford Grammar, Emma Pittman and Tilly Herman-Ralph in 4th place, ahead of Caulfield Grammar, Stella Mayer and Emily Thompson in 5th. And then Ballarat City, Norwood International High, Angelica Chia and Meg Shaw making up our field through the 1500 metre mark. So the Mersey crew over in lane 7 looking very comfortable ahead of Corio Bay. So 12 seconds between first and second, and then another 5 seconds back to third place. So it does look at this point as though we've got our 2 qualifiers, although again we've seen some, now that the conditions have started to flatten out a bit towards the finish line here, I think everyone's suddenly realised that the last 500 metres you can really put on a bit of a show and you can really get some speed up. So once you get into that flat water, really just up the rate of striking, put the pressure on the legs and see how fast you can make that boat go, because we've seen some big margins mowed down in the last 250.
I agree. We've seen quite a few people sort of rather tentative in that first 500 and then really blasted in the last 500. Also, one of the things I've noticed on this course is if you put yourself in a good position by halfway, we're seeing some really sound third 500s, which is often where you fall into a bit of a lull and wonder why on earth you're doing this sport. But those people that are actually planning their race and pushing on there are actually managing to make quite a bit of a dent in the leaders and, as you say, sometimes catch them up. No catching up here though for these ones. That's a good win.
It's a very good win for Olivia Yates and Meg Castles from Mersey Rowing Club. They'll go through, take the win in repechage number 3. They'll qualify for the semi-finals. Now coming through in second place, it will be that crew from Corio Bay, Monique Guest and Leah Murphy, finishing a boat length. So a lot of ground made up there by the North Esk Mersey Composite, but Monique Guest and Leah Murphy coming through in second place to qualify for the semi-final, ahead of Lily Barker and Layla Hucker from Mersey and North Esk respectively. Coming through in fourth place will be the crew there from Guildford Grammar, so Emma Pittman and Tilly Herman-Ralph, finishing in 4th ahead of Ballarat City, Norwood International High in 5th, and then Caulfield Grammar in 6th place. An 8 minutes 20 flat. Always nice to see some nice round numbers in there.
Sure is, and a good healthy margin of 14 seconds. So confirming the results of the under-19 women's double scull repechage 3. A win for Olivia Yates and Meg Castles of Mersey. Second, Monique Guest and Leah Murphy of Corio Bay. And those two crews will progress through to the semi-final. Missing out now and eliminated from the event are Lily Barker and Layla Hucker from North Esk Composite, the Caulfield Grammar crew of Pittman and Herman-Ralph, who are 4th, 5th, Chia and Shaw from Ballarat City and Norwood, and 6th, Caulfield Grammar's Mayer and Thompson.
Moving on to race number 180. It's repechage 1 of the men's under-19 double sculls, first and second through to the semi-finals. In lane 2 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis, and they're coached by Ashlyn Chapman. Lane 3 from Prince Alfred College in South Australia, Hugo Knight and Sam Stenell, coached by Brian Richardson. Lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar, Hagan Cook and Anthony Smith. Lane 5 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Rockland Braddock and Jonathan Foster, coached by Kevin Neville. In Lane 6 from Trinity Grammar, William Ball and Charlie White, and they're coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller. And in Lane 7 from Bradford College, Connor Maloof and Noah Vosen, and they're coached by Will Hatcher, Max Meyer and Gordon Marks.
And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Trinity Grammar in lane 6 who had taken a lead over Prince Alfred College in lane 3. Radford College were sitting in 3rd position. They are in lane 7. And Gippsland Grammar was sitting in 4th.
So I think here, Lizzie, we're going to have a very interesting finish. So Prince Alfred College, 4.5 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark behind Trinity Grammar. So Trinity Grammar looking okay. A second behind Prince Alfred College are Radford College. Less than a second behind them are Gippsland Grammar. We've got Prince Alfred College, Radford College, Gippsland Grammar. 3 schools, 3 states, 1 qualifying position in amongst all that and 500 metres to go.
Yes, and we were just talking about that third 500 and then coming into the final 500. I think the final 250 is also an important marker. Difficult to spot on this course, but it's basically around where the red boys start, which is where the leaders are now. Trinity Grammar still in the lead, but looking really good. Prince Alfred College on the far side there. They're under pressure from Gippsland Grammar, but they certainly seem to be lifting now and sprinting into the finish. Oh, and I can see Gippsland Grammar have just lifted to try and match them. And a big push coming from Radford College here, coming down the inside.
Yeah, Radford College out in lane 7, pushing hard with Gippsland Grammar and Prince Alfred College. So again, 3 schools, 1 spot. Trinity Grammar from Victoria out in the lead, William Ball and Charlie White. They're holding on to that boat length lead, which is probably about the best place to be right about now, because 2nd, 3rd and 4th, there is absolutely nothing in it. So Trinity Grammar with one of the qualifying spots. Then we've got Prince Alfred College, Gippsland Grammar and Radford College, all 3 of them going across the course. It's a win for Trinity Grammar. Then for 2nd place, Radford with the big push. It's going to be between Radford and Gippsland Grammar. There was absolutely nothing in it. If Prince Alfred College looked like they might have just been a little bit behind, but I think Radford College by about a quarter of a boat length, if that. There was an exciting finish there. Radford College unofficially 0.39 of a second ahead of Gippsland Grammar, then Prince Alfred College another second behind them. What a finish there. William Ball and Charlie White from Trinity Grammar, they're through. They've got through to the semi-final. Let's wait on the official results, Lizzie, because that was tight.
I agree with you. So on the screen, it's showing that by 0.39 of a second, Radford College pipped Gippsland Grammar to the finish. But I'm pretty sure they'll be looking at the photos down there in the judging floor, just to make absolutely sure of that. So certainly in repechage number 1 of the under-19 men's double scull, definitely progressing through to the semi-final of Trinity Grammar's crew of William Ball and Charlie White, coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller. And yep, it's just been confirmed. Radford College take the 2nd place. The margin was 5.16 and 0.08 in the end. The official verdict, Gippsland Grammar got pushed out over Prince Alfred College. So 1st and 2nd, Trinity Grammar and Radford, they progressed through to the semi-final. Missing out, Gippsland Grammar in 3rd, Prince Alfred College in 4th, Fremantle in 5th and Bundaberg in 6th.
That's about as exciting as you can get. 3 boats going through for that 2nd qualification position.
It's so tight, isn't it? And this is just the under-19 men's double scull. Repechage 2 is on the course now in the under-19 men's double scull. Gippsland Grammar feature again. They are in lane 2 with the crew of Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. Trinity Grammar in lane 3 with the crew of Hugo Osmond and Nicholas White Oak. St Peter's College from South Australia in lane 4 with Eddie Hetherington and Murphy Eaton. In lane 5 from Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall. In lane 6 from the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Harrison Nichols and Max Blatchley. And in lane 7 from Bundaberg, Corey Stevens and Logan Cavill.
And just going through the 1,000-metre mark, it was St Peter's College out in the lead. Eddie Hetherington and Murphy Eaton ahead of Ballarat Grammar by 2.5 seconds. And then not much between them and Hunter Valley Grammar, less than a second between second and third. So again, we might be in for an exciting finish for the second qualification position in the under-19 men's double sculls. Bundaberg sitting in 4th place ahead of Trinity Grammar and Gippsland Grammar. So out in front at the moment, the crew from South Australia, from St Peter's College. They're coached by Nathan Bowden, and they've got a 2.5 second lead ahead of Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall, who are coached by Paul Commons. And then the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Harrison Nichols and Match Blatley, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop, coming through in 3rd place. So again, it'll be interesting to see 2.5 seconds between first and second, less than a second between second and third. So that championship quarter, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, indeed. I should imagine Harrison Nichols and Max Blatchley have both had some pretty hard races this morning and done quite well. Harrison in the para double scull and the single scull, and then Max Blatchley in the single earlier on. I'm presuming the lanes are still from this morning's seeding, are they? I don't think there's been a redraw, so I guess they do the whole regatta. And
yeah, I think they're all for, well, the message that came out was certainly that they were all for all the races today. So, right. But we are seeing a little bit more even now. I think it is a little, the wind has died down a little bit, certainly compared to what it was this morning. It is Ballarat Grammar who are out in the lead, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall ahead of St Peter's College, with Hunter Valley Grammar still sitting in 3rd place. Again, less than a second between second and third, but Hunter Valley Grammar haven't been able to nip up into 2nd place as yet, but we are into the final 500. Bundaberg Rowing Club sitting in 4th place ahead of Gippsland Grammar in 5th, Trinity Grammar in 6th. Through the 1,500 metre mark. So again, we're looking out for a really strong finish for the second qualification position for the second semi-final in the under-19 men's double sculls. So Ballarat Grammar moved ahead through that third 500 metres, got a couple of seconds out over St Peter's College. And now the key thing for St Peter's College will be to try and hold on as much as possible, because we know Harrison Nichols can move a boat and move it fast.
Certainly can.
To go from
and Max
school,
Blatchley, so yeah.
Yeah, to go from school into an Australian rowing team is a pretty impressive effort.
Ballarat Grammar seem to be making a strong move now as they come into the last 250. Trying to consolidate that lead. Charlie Savage, Jonty Fall, coached by Paul Commons.
Ballarat Grammar out in the lead ahead of St Peter's College, who have still managed to maintain that lead over Hunter Valley Grammar. We're into the last 100 metres or so though now, and it's still Ballarat Grammar with the lead. St Peter's College second, Hunter Valley Grammar sitting in 3rd place. First and second through to the semi-final. Here come Hunter Valley Grammar though. They're into the last 75 metres or so. It's still Ballarat Grammar. Ballarat Grammar out in the lead. Hunter Valley Grammar, have they just moved ahead? The glare is coming off from the water, and it is just by the looks of things, Hunter Valley Grammar. I suspect it's Hunter Valley Grammar just over St Peter's College in 3rd place. So they timed that sprint absolutely perfectly, if that is confirmed. Bundaberg coming through in 4th place. But the win there for Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall. And then it looks as though Harrison Nichols and Max Blatchley in 2nd place from Hunter Valley Grammar, just ahead of St Peter's College's Eddie Hetherington and Murphy Eaton. Bundaberg in 4th, Gippsland Grammar in 5th. And then coming through now will be the crew from Trinity Grammar. So,
confirming the results of the second repechage of the under-19 men's double scull. A win for Ballarat Grammar, Savage and Fall. Second, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Nichols and Blatchley. They progress through to the semi-final. Third, St Peter's College. 4th, Bundaberg. 5th, Gippsland Grammar. 6th, Trinity Grammar are now eliminated from the event. Winning time, 7 minutes 28.03. The margin, 3.17, and just 0.39 between Hunter Valley Grammar and St. Peter's in that last lunge to the line. Excellent race. We have another repechage now in the under-19 men's double scull, and again the first two will progress through to the semi-final. In lane 2, from the Hutchins School in Tasmania, James Moy and Henry Pitt, coached by Andrew Palmer. In lane 3, from Swan River, Benjamin Sutherland and Oscar Hughes, coached by David Morich. In lane 4, from Aquinas College, Benjamin Russell and Matthew McCarthy. In lane 5, from Caulfield Grammar, James Ritchie and Matthew English, coached by Emily Shaw and Mia Antonopoulos. In lane 6, from the Huon Rowing Club, Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie, coached by Paul Newbon and Johnny Dreesen. And in lane 7, from the Southport School, Nikos Karathanasopoulos and Jed Galley, coached by Cameron Kennedy. That's Ben Homer's favourite name in the whole regatta. Karathanasopoulos.
Well, he's out in the lead at the moment along with Jed Galley from the Southport School. So through the 1,000 metres, it was the Southport School leading Huon Rowing Club in second place. Aquinas College from WA sitting in third place, but less than a second between second and third. So we've already had a couple of repechages so far in the men's under-19 double sculls that have been decided at the line, that second qualification position. So we might be in for that again. So it'll be interesting to see as we come through the 1,500 metre mark timing point, how that's all panning out. Fourth place at the moment is Hutchins with Swan River in 5th, and then Caulfield Grammar coming through in 6th place. But out in front at the moment from the Southport School, it is Nikos Karathanasopoulos and Jed Galley, coached by Cameron Kennedy, and some nice clear water between them and Huon Rowing Club in second place, Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie. And you can just see there the gap has just opened up a little bit between them and Aquinas College from WA, Luke Porteous and Matthew McCarthy in that boat. 3.5 seconds behind second place. Hutchins coming through in fourth place. That's James Moy and Henry Pitt. And then back a little bit further to the Swan River crew in lane 3. And Caulfield Grammar in lane number 5.
So here we go again. Some great progress being made through the third 500 and into the final 500. And now as they hit the 250 metre mark, just applying the power now, the Southport School moving away. Nikos Karathanasopoulos, Jed Galley, looking very good indeed as they represent the Southport School here in the third repechage of the under-19 men's double scull at the Australian Rowing Championships 2023, beaming to you from Champion Lakes here in Western Australia. With rowers throughout the world joining us here. Huon of Tasmania looking strong in second place at the moment, Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie. And then behind them, representing WA from Aquinas College, Ben Russell and Matthew McCarthy.
The Southport Schools, Nikos Karathanasopoulos and Jed Galley out in front with a few big strokes to go. They will qualify in first place for the under-19 men's double sculls semi-finals. Joining them will be the crew from Huon Rowing Club down in Tasmania, Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie. So they're our two qualifiers for the semi-finals. Coming through in third place then will be the crew from Aquinas College. That's Luke Porteous and Matthew McCarthy in third place. And then back a little bit further, we've got the Hutchins School, James Moy and Henry Pitt. And then they are ahead of Swan River's Benjamin Sutherland and Oscar Hughes, and Caulfield Grammar's James Ritchie and Matthew English. Just waiting for our final crews to cross over the line. So the winning time for the Southport School, 7 minutes 23.05, and a 10-second margin between first and second. So a very comfortable win there for the Southport School, and that was the fastest of our 3 repecharges.
As our final crew approaches the line, confirming the results of the third repechage of the under-19 men's double scull, the Southport School and Hewan will progress to the semi-final. The remainder are eliminated from the event. We have the first heat now in the under-19 women's coxless 4 with Kinross Walleroy in lane 2, a composite between Adelaide University, Fremantle and Swan River in lane 3, a composite between Queensland University and Buckingham in lane 4, a crew of Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, and a composite between Cand and Swan River in lane 6. In the Kinross Walleroy crew, Xanthi Staniforth, Sophie Lulf, Millie Lane and Ayla Ryan. Their coach is Andrew Gannon. In the Adelaide University composite, Greta Spencer from Swan River, Lila Fieves from Fremantle, Victoria Binns and Diana Macalino from Adelaide University. Their coaches are Mark Beer, Tom Duenbos and Alex Thompson. In lane 4, the composite between the University of Queensland Boat Club and Buckingham is Isabel Allen from UQ, Hannah Riches from Buckingham, Georgia Montague and Minea Bishop from University of Queensland, and their coach is the UQ head coach Philip Bourguignon. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar is the crew of Alex Perry Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Eliza Lilly and Abby Davis, coached by Caroline Pipers. And the composite between Cand and Swan River that's in lane 6 is Stephanie Potmar, Isabella Edinger, both from Swan River, Molly Salisbury and Lillian Slatter from Cand, coached by Mark Beer from Swan River, Scott Rowe and Michael Hinsley from Cand. So we've seen a number of these young ladies in pairs, some of them in singles, but under 19 women's coxless 4, what will be going on here is trying out a few combinations ahead of the junior trials which take place in April in Sydney.
Yeah, quite looking forward to this Canberra Girls Grammar crew. Not so much in the 4s, but certainly in the quads. Very much looking forward to seeing how they go. They've dominated down in the ACT for quite a while.
Yeah.
So be interested to see how they go with a couple of oars in each hand.
I haven't forensically analysed the entries in the under-19 women's quads, but I have a feeling that there's going to be some really strong ones. I think Pymble Ladies College maybe are there, and certainly the Queenwood girls who also row at Sydney Uni. We've seen some good racing, and you're absolutely right. I mean, Canberra Girls Grammar have been coming up and doing a lot of the regattas in Sydney, and in order to get some good racing, and really strong, really strong.
No, absolutely. And in the men's quads, you'll see Radford College crew that are very, very quick. They've been winning every single quad race in the ACT. So looking forward to seeing how they go. In the heat number 1, so the Adelaide University composite out in the lead through the 1500 metres, ahead of the University of Queensland Buckingham composite in 2nd. Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd, ahead of the Cand and Swan River composites in 4th place. So coming up now towards the finish line. So we might, it looks like we might just be short a Kinross Walleroy crew. We did just see Xanthi Staniforth coming through in the double, so it may just be a late scratching in that one. But out in front, this Adelaide University, Fremantle and Swan River composite of Greta Spencer, Lila Fieves, Victoria Binns and Diana Macalino have led from start to finish. They've got a couple of boat lengths between them and the University of Queensland Buckingham composite in 2nd place. So looking very comfortable there over in lane 3. This Adelaide University composites go through and take the win in heat number 1 of the under-19 women's coxless 4s. In 2nd place will be the University of Queensland Buckingham composite in lane number 4. Coming through in 3rd place and just potentially holding off a very fast finishing Cand composite crew. So Canberra Girls Grammar finishing in 3rd, ahead of the Cand Swan River composite in 4th place. Winning time there of 7 minutes 22.65.
That's a great shame about the Kinross Walleroy crew. It did look as though Xanthi Staniforth had been subbed out with Jay Scammell, so not Isabella Scammell, but clearly her sister subbed in, but no show there, which is a great shame.
And just confirmation, we're talking about the Canberra Girls Grammar quad. They won the New South Wales Championships. So a very strong chance when they go into the quad races. As a Cox 4 as well.
Right, okay, so that was the heat of the women's coxless 4, so I presume that was a race for lanes, because we don't have another heat for the women's coxless 4. We now move on to heats of the women's coxed 4. We have 2 of those, and in heat number 1 we have St Catherine's School in lane 1, Seymour College from South Australia in lane 2, Wendouree Ballarat from Victoria in lane 3, Wesley College from Victoria in lane 4, Coalfield Grammar from Victoria in lane 5, and Canberra Grammar from the ACT in lane 6. In the coxed 4 for St Catherine's School, we have Jade Bliss, Erin Cara, Madeline Swain and Lila Gaston, coxed by Jasmine Abela, coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer. In lane 2 from Seymour College, we have Grace Barrera, Caroline McNally, Abby Arnold and Victoria Binns. Does that arrow mean Georgia Walters has been subbed in?
Amelia Linton has been subbed in.
Oh, my word, you've got different... Oh, okay, and somebody subbed in. I'm actually going to have a look now at what's on the...
Head across for the live results. At the moment, we do have in the first heat of the women's under-19 Cox 4s, Wesley College leading through the 500 metre mark ahead of St Catherine's, Caulfield Grammar, Seymour College and Wendouree Ballarat.
So we can confirm that Seymour College crew has now got Georgia Walters in the stroke seat with Sasha Walker coxing. The Wendouree Ballarat crew that's in lane 3 is Emma Gowans, Tess Squire, Daisy Simpson-Kerr and Charlie Gartland. They are coxed by Lily Connell. Wesley College, the crew is Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquet Walker and Saskia Blackburn, coxed by Indigo Walker. The Caulfield Grammar crew is Olive Pascoe, Annabelle Barnett, Emily Condron and Ella Maskiel, coxed by Ivy Jones. Yep, coached by Hannah Every Hall. Hello, Hannah. And the Canberra Grammar crew that you were talking about before, Jasia Rangiar, Holly Howard, now Hallie Noyes and Madison Duncan, coxed by Amelia Mukherjee and coached by Kendall Brody. Get there in the end.
It's coming up now towards the 1,000 metre mark, so it does look like racing's the conditions just slowing down a little bit. Certainly the wind's not as strong. We almost saw some white caps coming through a little bit earlier on in the piece, certainly towards the start of the day and then around 10 o'clock or so. But it does look to be, we've got the crews from Caulfield Grammar, Wesley College and Cap in the lead at the moment. And also this crew here in lane number 1, St Catherine's School. So it will be St Catherine's School through the 1,000 metre mark first, just ahead of Wesley College and then Caulfield Grammar. So only first place going through to the directly through to the final, with the rest going through to the repechage. Caulfield Grammar in 3rd, Seymour College in 4th, Canberra Grammar in 5th, and then back a little bit further to Wendouree Ballarat in 6th place through the first 1,000 metres. So St Catherine's School, that crew of Jade Bliss, Erin Cara, Madeline Swain, Leila Gaston and Jasmine Abela, leading by 3 seconds at the halfway point. So making a mockery of that lane number 1. And certainly looking very strong at the moment. Nicely grouped then between our middle 3 crews, so that's Wesley College, Caulfield Grammar and Seymour College, as well as Canberra Grammar over in lane number 6. So we just see our crews coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So we've got the under-19 second heat of the women's under-19 Cox 4s. We've got the men's Coxless 4s, the race for lanes, and then also the under-19 men's Coxed 4s. So we've got a few of those coming up. So starting now to see a few seats in the boats before we move on towards the under-21 men's and women's double sculls, and then also the under-21 Coxed 4s as well. Coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, we saw St Catherine's School out in the lead through the 1,000 metre mark, and they are still looking quite strong there. Coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, this crew from St Catherine's out in lane 1, a couple of boat lengths clear of the Wesley College crew in lane number 4. That's Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquet Walker, Saskia Blackburn and Indigo Walker. Caulfield Grammar coming through in 3rd place, a couple of seconds behind them, and then a little bit of a gap to Seymour College in 4th, Canberra Grammar in 5th place, and then Wendouree Ballarat in 6th. So St Catherine's School looking very strong to be able to qualify for the final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed Fours. The rest of the crews will go through to the repechage, which I believe will be on tomorrow, races 269 to 270. So lane 1, St Catherine's School, still out in front now, but just getting a little bit of pressure on here from Wesley College over in lane number 4, sitting in 2nd place. Then back to Caulfield Grammar, Seymour College, Canberra Grammar and Wendouree Ballarat, making up our field into the final stages. They're into the red boys now. It's into the final 250 metres, and St Catherine's School have led from start to finish. And now just see them start to pull away into the nicer conditions here at the last 500 metres. A reminder that if you are out racing, the conditions do fine up really nicely towards the end there, and there's a really good opportunity there if you've got enough energy left in the bank to be able to go through and really push hard for a win or to make up a couple of places if you are racing for lanes. St Catherine's School, Jade Bliss, Erin Cara, Madeline Swain, Leela Gaston and Jasmine Abela with about 20 metres or so to go. They will be able to go through and qualify for the final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed Four. A strong win for St Catherine's. Coming through in 2nd place will be the crew from Wesley College, Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquet Walker, Saskia Blackburn and Indigo Walker. So they'll come through in 2nd, with 3rd place going to the crew from Caulfield Grammar, Olive Pascoe, Annabelle Barnett, Emily Condren, Ella Maskiel and Ivy Jones. 4th place going to Seymour College, Grace Barrera, Carolyn McNally, Abby Arnold, Georgia Walters and Saska Walker. In 5th place, Canberra Grammar, Jay Arangia, Holly Howard, Hallie Noyes, Madison Duncan, Amelia Mukherjee, and then Wendouree Ballarat's Emma Gowans, Tess Squire, Daisy Simpson-Kerr, Charlie Gatlin and Lily Connell.
Great win there. That was the Stern 4 of the St Catherine's 8 that won the Schoolgirl Head of the River in New South Wales a couple of weeks ago. Very strong showing there. So confirming the results of the first heat of the Under-19 Women's Coxed Four, a win for St Catherine's School. They progressed directly to the final. The remainder of the crews progressed to the repechage. In the 2nd heat of the Under-19 Women's Coxed Four, we have Ballarat Grammar in lane 1. Pymble Ladies College in lane 2, Wesley College in lane 3, a composite between Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4, Queenwood School in lane 5 and Seymour College in lane 6. In the Ballarat Grammar crew in lane 1 we have Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton, coxed by Angie Gouty, coached by Andy Tyndall. In the 2nd lane, Pymble Ladies College, we have Catherine Walker, Holly Craig, Charlotte Hartin and Alexandra Prasic, coxed by Serena Lung and coached by Ali Williams, and I believe that is half of the first 8 that won the bronze medal at the New South Wales Head of the River recently. In the Wesley College crew in lane 3 we have Emily Spurritt, Jasmine Woolhouse, Aurora Slewinski and Ella Davey, and the cox is Ollie Fennell. The crew is coached by David Webster. In lane 4, from the composite from Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar is Domi Plattis from Canberra Grammar, Samantha Burns, Caitlin Natty from Canberra Girls Grammar and Sophie Mackay from Canberra Grammar, coxed by Chimisha Deyajiwa, coached by Kendall Brody and Caroline Pipers. And Caitlin Natty, of course, just won the Under-19 double scull about 40 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago, so she's done a quick turnaround. From Queenwood, this is a very strong 4 from their first 8. Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray, coxed by Chloe Giretta, coached by Kieron Glynn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett. And in lane 6 from Seymour College, Azali Grudnoff, Amelia Linton, Anya Felderhoff and Daisy Holland, coxed by Olivia Rhymes.
And that Queenswood crew through the 1500, 13 seconds ahead of Seymour College in 2nd, but they were the New South Wales Under-19 champions.
In that 4?
Yeah. Seymour College sitting in second ahead of Ballarat Grammar in third, Pymble Ladies in fourth, the Canberra Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar Crew in fifth, and then Wesley College in sixth. I was going to say it's very much a rivalry between Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar, but it's only been...
great to see a composite, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's only been in recent times that Canberra Grammar went to a co-ed... went co-ed. So in the past, you probably wouldn't have seen them combine outside of mixed races.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And yeah, that's right. They didn't race an 8 at the schoolgirl head of the river. They they're working out a strong group from the first 8s and putting them into elite athlete pathway through to keep those NTCs topped up as we head towards a home Olympics.
Absolutely. We still need to win that first home Olympic gold.
Oh, yeah.
Out in front, though, Queenwood with the win. Chloe Driver, Charlotte Boter, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray and Chloe Giretta with a very comfortable win there. New South Wales champs and qualifying for the final of the Under-19 Women's Cox. Amelia Linton, Anya Felderhoff and Daisy Holland, Olivia Rhymes. In third place will be the crew from Ballarat Grammar. That is Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton. Angie Gouty as the coxswain. Pymble Ladies in fourth, Catherine Walker, Holly Craig, Charlotte Hartson, Alessandra Basic and Serena Leong. And then Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar, Domi Plattis, Samantha Burns, Caitlin Natty, Sophie McKay and Shamisha Dayajiwa. And then Wesley College, Emily Spirit, Jasmine Woolhouse, Aurora Slewinski, Ella Davey and Emma Wallace as the coxswain. And just on that topic, I was just going to say, Lizzie, having Kendall Brodie as your coach, very useful if you're a coxswain, because coxswain training isn't always there.
Very true. Confirming the results of Heat 2 of the Under-19 Women's Cox Tour, Queenwood progressed to the final. Everybody else moves to the repechage. And now we move to the Under-19 Men's Coxless 4, where we again have what appears to be a race for lanes. In lane 1, Rockhampton Fitzroy. In lane 2, a composite between the University of Queensland's Nudgee College and the Southport School. In lane 3, a composite between UTS Haberfield and Lake Macquarie. In lane 4, Brisbane Boys College. In lane 5, St Peter's College, South Australia. And in lane 6, a composite from WA of West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River Rowing Club and Trinity College. So in the Rockhampton Fitzroy crew, we have Tom Miller, Finn Parr, Tristan Vasey and Timothy Connor, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. The composite from University of Queensland in lane 2 is Ben Shuttlewood from the Southport School, Jack Mitchell from Nudgee College, Finley Harris and Bailey Clark from UQ, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Tu. In lane 3, the composite between UTS and Lake Macquarie is Pat Stanley from Lake Macquarie with Zach Hyde, Tom McGee and Cody Kearney from UTS. Coaches are Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. The Brisbane Boys College crew is Mitchell Owen, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Catchman and Thomas Stephen, coached by John Pettigrew. The St Peter's College crew is Xavier Van Oygen, Albert Howard, Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwards, coached by James McRae. And the Western Australian composite is Jack Hansen-Nahoy, Harry Salfinger, Harper Davies and Joshua Hankey. Might be a race for lanes, but it looks like it's pretty competitive.
Absolutely. The Brisbane Boys crew from Queensland out in front with about 3/4 of a boat length ahead of St Peter's College from South Australia as they come up towards the finish line. It will be a strong win there for the Brisbane
They look very
Boys.
strong.
Brisbane Boys crew going through with the win in a 6:44.03. St Peter's College only a second behind. Coming through in third place will be the UTS Haberfield and Lake Macquarie composite. Finishing in third with the University of Queensland, St Joseph's Nudgee and Southport School composite in fourth place. So a bit of a licorice all sorts in there. Fifth place. So we'll just wait for confirmation on that fifth place. But look like just the 4. No, we've still got the Rockhampton Fitzroy crew over in lane 1. to finish up there.
So in that race for lane, certainly across the finish line, looking very impressive. Bisbee Boys College in the first position, St Peter's College second, UTS Haberfield third. We now have a heat in the under-19 men's Coxed 4. That was the final place. We've got 4 heats, and in each heat, the first crew across the line will progress through to the semi-final. In the first heat, we have the Hutchins School in lane 1, St Kevin's College in lane 2, Xavier College from Victoria in lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, Canberra Grammar in lane 5, and the Scotch Oakburn College from Tasmania in lane 6. In the Hutchins School crew, we've got Charles Lee Song Rowan, Sanderson, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart. Their cox is Angus Watling. Their coach is Andrew Palmer. In the St Kevin's crew, Matisse Kerr, James Berry, Maximus Raffaaniello and James Sutherland. Their cox is Shaylia Ryan and their coaches are Brendan Scott, Charlie Dixon and Martin Francis. The Xavier College crew is James Power, Will Allen, Indy Ronchi and Lockie Seven, coxed by James Dimovsky and coached by Sean Lake. The Mossman Rowing Club crew is Owen Balharry, Will Robertson, Jack Groves and Harry Coddington, coxed by Hamish Reid and coached by Kieran Kabelke. The Canberra Grammar crew is Harry Budd, Jamie Bjerregaard, Dylan Outram and William Hawkins, coxed by Jack McDonald and coached by Chris Polyachinin. And the Scotch Oakburn crew is Cameron Parker, Rupert McKenzie, Sam Brown and Matthew Russell, coxed by Percy Bennett, coached by James Russell and McLean Cameron.
So that Scotch Oakburn crew in the lead at the 1,000-metre mark, but only less than a second between them and the Hutchins crew over in lane number 1. So the 2 Tassie crews out in the lead at the 1,000, and then only a couple of seconds back to the Xavier College crew, St Kevin's, and then a couple of seconds back to Canberra Grammar, back a little bit further to Mossman. So as we just see our leading crews now coming up towards the 1,500-metre mark, and just a couple of black swans that are very brave out there on the course as the crews come through. So out in front though, in the lead, it is the crew from Scotch Oakburn from Tasmania. They're leading ahead of, and we've just got some funky stuff going on here. They're leading ahead of the Hutchins School, sitting in second place. So we're just waiting on the confirmation there of the crews as they cross through. But certainly this crew from Scotch Oakburn in Tasmania under a little bit of pressure early, and it does look like they've just started to pull ahead. The Canberra Grammar crew starting to make a little bit of a move there. Hutchins still sitting in second, so it's still Tasmania 1 and 2. But the Canberra Grammar crew, who came second at the New South Wales Championships in the schoolboy Coxed 4s, looking like they are starting to come up on the Xavier College and St Kevin's crews over in lanes 2 and 3. Xavier College just moving ahead of St Kevin's. First goes directly through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. And I think we're going to be in for an interesting repechage if this race is anything to go by. It's still Scotch Oakburn out in the lead, though, over the Hutchins School, who've seen the danger coming across to their left. They're over in lane 2 and just starting to pull ahead a little bit now. Xavier College sitting in third ahead of St Kevin's and Canberra Grammar.
A bit of a grudge match, I think, between Hutchins and Scotch Oakburn. Looks as though there's half of their first 8 in each of those crews. Scotch Oakburn came second at the head of the river last weekend. Hutchins came first. Scotch Oakburn reversing the tables in this race to make sure they go through to the semi-final of the under-19 men's Coxed 4.
Yeah, this crew of Cameron Parker, Rupert McKenzie with the school. Some strong finishes there from the crews in the middle of the course. And certainly, but Scotch Scotch Oakburn looking very comfortable for that win ahead of Hutchins and Xavier College.
Yes, indeed. Provisional winning time there for Scotch Oakburn as they progress through the semi-final. 6:46.94. They actually had a margin of 8.58. I'm not sure if I believe that actually, but that's what it says. So progressing straight through to the final, Scotch Oakburn in the men's Coxed 4, progressing through the repechage, sorry, their semi-final, to the repechage, Hutchins, Xavier College, Canberra Grammar, St Kevin's and Mossman in that order. The second heat of the under-19 men's Coxed 4 is now in progress with St Augustine's College of New South Wales in lane Unley High, Kevin's in lane 3, the Southport School in lane 4, Wesley College in lane 5 and Wendouree Ballarat in lane 6.
So St Augustine's out in the lead through the 1,000 metres, 7 seconds ahead of St Kevin's, and then less than a second between St Kevin's, Wendouree Ballarat, less than a second back to Wesley College, less than a second back to the Southport School, and then to the Trinity Composite. So really even for the rest of the crews, but that world champion St Augustine's crew, Dougal Mackenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St Pierre and Ryder Taylor as the coxswain, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermack, out in front, and you would expect them to be out in front and leading. So very, very even between the rest of our crews, though, as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So following this, we've got 2 more heats to come at the under-19 men's Coxed 4s. Then we'll move on to the under-21 women's and men's double sculls as we head on through towards the end of the second day's racing here at the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. The final 2 races on the program, the Open Lightweight Women's Double Sculls heats. There was a scratching in that event, so that those 2 heats have now been cancelled. So the final race today will be at 5:25 with the under-23 lightweight men's doubles.
So I just wanted to make a point about the St Augustine's crew, and the reason that I make this point is because I've made this error myself. Oliver St Pierre was in the gold medal winning 4, and he's got a brother called Oscar, and it's actually Oscar in this crew. So the Cox is the Cox from the gold medal winning 4 at the Junior Championships, but the stroke man is Oliver St Pierre's brother Oscar. Joe Lynch was in that gold winning 4, so he's still young enough to be in this under-19. Tane Potts and Dougal Mackenzie are new to the crew. It was Joshua Wilson and Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre who were in the crew before. So what I find fantastic is look how inspired they are, look how fast they're going, and they're obviously a year younger and less experienced. So I think that Judith Ungermack, our fantastic junior men's coach there based at UTS and at St Augustine's College, has another exceptionally good Coxed 4 in her hands, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how they go for the national selection.
It will indeed. Wendouree Ballarat on the other side, completely opposite side of the course, looking strong now as they come in towards the 250 metre mark, being pressed hard by Wesley College. The Wendouree Ballarat crew is James Forsyth, Angus Murfitt, Joshua Matheson and Charlie McClure. They're being coxed by Ashlyn Hall. Their coaches are Paul Blanchfield and Richard McClure. And do you reckon it's between Wesley College and...
Wesley College and St Kevin's,
yeah,
sitting in that battle for 3rd place. So Wesley College, the crew of Charlie Johnston, Lachlan Idle, Nicholas Bryant, Amos Kirk and Josh Pfefferkranz. And then St Kevin's, Daniel Demaro, James Ragg, Sam Chapman, Luke Ryan, Casper Reed as the coxswain.
Last year.
Out in front, though, it is the St Augustine's crew. Dougal Mackenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St Pierre and Ryder Taylor. A very strong start-to-finish win for them. They'll go through to the semi-finals of the under-19 men's Cox 4s. Going through in 2nd place will be the Wendouree Ballarat crew, finishing a boat length ahead of Wesley College in 3rd, and then St Kevin's coming through in 4th place. 5th will go to the Southport School, with 6th to the St Peter's College and Onley High Composites in lane number 2. So start to finish win there for St Augustine's as we move on now to heat number 3 of the under-19 men's Cox 4s.
In lane 1, Christian Brothers. In lane 2, Scotch College Adelaide. In lane 3, Prince Alfred College. In lane 4, Wesley College. In lane 5, Prince Alfred College. And in lane 6, Brisbane Boys College. In the Christian Brothers crew, we've got Jordan Wilson, Cooper Hoskin, Lachlan. In lane 2, the Scotch College Adelaide crew is Max Brammy, Oscar Kittle, Harry Dangerfield and Lee Wingard, coxed by Tom Wright. The first Prince Alfred College crew named in lane 3 is Henry Norton, Sebastian Jordan, Sebastian Atherton and Felix Katsaros, coxed by Peter Moore. Wesley College is in lane 4 with Hunter Isaacs, Jonty Wellberry, Xander Skyring and James Hyde, coxed by Archie Graham. The second named Prince Alfred College crew is Marcus Gibson, James William, Henry Belcher and Angus Rickard Bell, coxed by Nick Mitaloudis. And for Brisbane Boys College, it's Liam Crook, Joseph Tyne, David Granzin and Xavier Rubens, coxed by Bo Palmer.
And that Brisbane Boys crew over there in lane 6, that's half of the 8 that won the schoolboys at the Queensland Head of the River recently. So a very strong crew there from Brisbane Boys, and they are out in front by a couple of seconds through the 1,000-metre mark ahead of Prince Alfred College. Then Scotch College, Prince Alfred College second crew going through in 4th, and then Swan River Wesley a composite in 5th, and then the Christian Brothers coming through in 6th place. So that Brisbane Boys College, that finish between Brisbane Boys and the Southport School at the Queensland GPS Head of the River Rowing Championships out there on Lake Wyaralong, absolutely nothing in it, like 0.26 of a second between Brisbane Boys and the Southport School. An exciting finish, and just one of those ones, if you, for your peak race, doesn't get much better than that, to finish less than a second between first and second.
And such elation when you're on the right side of it, and such deflation when you're on the wrong side of it. But in the years to come, looking back on it, they'll be so proud that they actually made that effort and raced like that. So it's one of the hardest things to do.
It's one of those ones, I think, anytime you're in a really close sporting contest, and even if you lose, you go, you know what, we gave it our absolute all, and couldn't quite get over the line, but yeah.
But you don't know, do you? It's a bit like the wind, isn't it, and the redrawing of the lanes, that you've got to give of your best in order to see how you can do, because nothing is a foregone conclusion, especially in rowing.
Absolutely. Brisbane Boys College, Liam Crook, Joseph Thin, David Granson, Xavier Rubens and Bo Palmer out in the lead, but we're now seeing a bit of a push here from Prince Alfred College over there in lane number 3. So that's Henry Norton, Sebastian Jordan, Sebastian Atherton, Felix Katsaros and Peter Moore. And they're ahead of the Scotch College crew, Max Brammy, Oscar Kittel, Harry Dangerfield, Lee Wingard and Tom Wright. Swan River Wesley composite now up into 4th place. Prince Alfred College, the second crew over there in lane 5, sitting in 5th. And then the Christian Brothers South Australia in lane number 1, coming through in 6th. So we've got 4 crews from South Australia in this heat, one from Victoria and one from Queensland. So it is at the moment the Queenslanders leading one of the South Australian crews. But I think we're in for a strong finish here, Lizzie.
Do you know, it's 30 years this year that Brisbane Boys College won at Henley. So what a great year. They've won the schoolboy Head of the River. Here they are, looking very strong indeed in contention for the under-19 men's Coxed 4 in by no means a slow field, looking at all of these heats. So on a roll now, Brisbane Boys College, and definitely on a roll in this under-19 men's Coxed 4, looking very strong, very determined. Look how sharp their catches are there.
It'll be good to see them up against the St Augustine's crew.
Yes, it will.
I think so. There's a mouth-watering clash for a little bit later on in the regatta. They are being pushed hard here, though, by Prince Alfred College, sitting in 2nd place. So they're not being able to cruise through to the finish. First go directly through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repetition from start to finish, and they'll go through, qualify for the semi-final with the heat win in the under-19 men's Cox 4s. Coming through in 2nd place will be that crew from Prince Alfred College in lane number 3, so they've had a good row there. In 3rd place will be Scotch College Adelaide. coming through in third place ahead of Wesley College from Victoria in lane number 4. Prince Alfred College, the second crew, in lane number 5. And then Christian Brothers from South Australia coming through in 6th place.
Confirming the results of the third heat of the under-19 men's Coxed 4, a win for Brisbane Boys College. They will progress directly through to the semi-final. Moving to the repechage, Prince Alfred College, Scotch College Adelaide, Wesley College, Prince Alfred College and Christian Brothers. The winning time for the under-19 men's Coxed 4 from Brisbane Boys College, 6 minutes 57. We now move to the fourth and final heat of the under-19 men's Coxed 4. St Peter's College, South Australia are in lane 1. In lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 3, Xavier College. In lane 4, St Patrick's College, Victoria. And in lane 5, the Hutchins School. The crew from St Peter's College, South Australia is George Wicks, Josh Myers, George Griffith and Hugh Hazel, coxed by Philippe Scalzi and coached by Nathan Bowden. The crew from Ballarat Clarendon is Alexander Grove, Tristan Nyhoff, Lachlan Clark and Jock Quartermain, coxed by James Tippett and coached by Ian Peel. The crew from Xavier College is William McNamara, Cormac O'Callaghan, Felix Lynch and Patrick Crow, coxed by Zane Tackler and coached by Sean Lake. The St Patrick's College Victoria crew is Ned Bennett, Paddy O'Brien, James Halsell and William Hexter, coxed by Isaac Martin and coached by David O'Doherty, and the Hutchins School crew is Sam Michael, Campbell Mounter, Jacob Feidler and Oliver Hart, coxed by Reuben Cousins and coached by Andrew Palmer. There's another mounter. So there's Sam Mounter, who's at Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. There's Hayden Mounter, who's at the moment at Tasmanian University Boat Club, but just moved to Sydney Uni, and Campbell Mounter here at Hutchins.
Through the 1500,
what a talented family.
Very talented family. Through the 1500 metres, it was Ballarat Clarendon with the 4-second lead over Xavier College, then back to St Patrick's College in 3rd, Hutchins in 4th and St Peter's College in 5th. Now you'll notice that the conditions are a little bit nicer than what they were earlier, so just having a look at a weather app, and earlier this morning at about 8:50 the winds were about 41 kilometres an hour. And they have now dropped down to about 18 or so.
But we were saying that the weather pattern for the next few days is strong winds first thing in the morning, so be prepared for that when you come and race.
Absolutely.
And I think you'll tip about, that as the race progresses, the water gets a little more sheltered and better. That's an important one to remember. So making sure that they don't get caught napping. The Ballarat Clarendon crew still in the lead as they come into the last 250 metres of the course. And then a big tussle going on between St Patrick's College of Victoria and Xavier College of Victoria in the middle of the field. Then it's back to Hutchins and our final crew, St Peter's College.
Into the final stages now of heat number 4 of the under-19 men's Coxed 4s. And St Peter's College, we've got Ballarat Clarendon, out in the leads with a couple of boat lengths over St Patrick's College, and Xavier College getting very glary as we're looking towards the finish. Strong win there for Ballarat Clarendon. They'll go through to the semi-finals. Second place going through to St Patrick's College from Victoria. Xavier College going through in 3rd place. They'll finish ahead of Hutchins from Tasmania in 4th and St Peter's College from South Australia in 5th place.
So confirming the results of the 4th heat of the under-19 men's Coxed 4, it will be Ballarat Clarendon who will progress through to the semi-final. Going to the repechage, St Patrick's College Victoria, Xavier College, Hutchins and St Peter's College in that order. Great race there from St Patrick's to push through from 3rd to 2nd and take out that 2nd place. If there are reseeding of lanes because of the wind, they will have done their best to get a good lane. Quick switch of commentators here, and thank you very much to Stuart John for the last hour and welcome, or 2 hours, and welcome back Ben Homer.
Hey Lizzie, how you going? I got the sunnies on because I tell you what, it's bright, isn't it, out there?
Very bright, yes.
It's going to be good though. We got a bit more flat water, which is fantastic. As Stuart was touching on, the wind speed has dropped off for this afternoon. And looking forward to this one, repechage number 1 in the under-21 women's double. And we're through the first 500 metres of this one. So the top 2 going through to the final, the rest eliminated. So very intriguing few races coming up in the under 21 women's double scull, Lizzie. This should be a good one.
Should indeed. It's a repechage. We've got the first 2 going through to the final, and it's bye-bye to the rest of them. We've got 2 of these repechages. Great competition in the under-21 women's double scull. What happens here is the selectors are looking at these combinations, and the results in your single really, and your results in your pair really count towards your selection. But obviously the selectors are also looking at people's combinations in these double sculls. So in lane 3 we have Felicity Bishop and Gemma Thompson. They're rowing for the University of Queensland Boat Club, and they're coached by Michael Russell. In lane 4, a composite of Ellie Clifford from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Lily Gavin from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free, and also Alfie Young. Chris, who used to be at Sydney University Boat Club and is now working with Duncan Free at Griffith Uni, and Alfie Young, who's Sydney Uni's women's lead coach. In lane 5, another University of Queensland crew. This one is Emily Graham and Ruby Dollar, coached by Michael Russell and Phil Bourguignon. In lane 6, a composite between Centenary and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise of Lindsay Calvert and Jessica Malcolm, also coached by Chris Holliday and Michael Opstelton and Ben Southwell. And in the final lane, ANU Toowong composite of Gabrielle Geldard and Elena Moran from ANU, coached by Leo Karadimitris and Nigel Harding.
So just over the halfway mark in this race, and we saw those times come through. So that Centenary Composite crew leading the way through the first 1,000 metres. Uni of Queensland in 3rd, ANU Composite in 2nd place. Now, what is the key split to look out for is that gap between 2nd and 3rd, which was only 2.78 at the 1,000 metre mark. That was between the ANU Toowong Composite, Uni of Queensland Composite. So that one is going to be the combination to watch inside these last 1,000 metres, and you can see them on the stream. Out in front, Centenary doing very, very nicely, but 2nd and 3rd, it's going to be a close run thing all the way to the finish here. Remembering that the top 2 go through to that final, and the rest are gone. So 3 of these boats will be eliminated after this race. .500 metres, so Centenary 9 seconds, so that's a pretty comfortable lead in this under 21 women's double. Increase, they've got to pull back 5 seconds in the last 500 metres. So here we go, the last 250 metres, and it's those crews on the far side, lane 5 and lane 7, who are fighting it out for that 2nd and final spot in the final of the under 21 women's double scull Centenary Composite. That's Calvert, Malcolm, and they are coached by Christopher Holliday, Michael Opstelton and Benjamin Southwell. So they are looking good at the moment to go straight through to that final. ANU Composite, that's Geldart and Moran. Geldart from Toowong, Moran from ANU. They are sitting in 2nd at the moment. Is there a response though from Uni of Queensland? It's going to have to take a miracle from this point if they are to get themselves through to the final. Well, one thing though for sure at the moment is that this Centenary Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite are straight through. Calvert and Malcolm and it will be Geldart and Moran who will join them in the final. And Emily Graham and Ruby Dollar, they will miss out in third place. And you can see bringing home the rest of this race is the Sydney Uni Composite crew. And they are sitting a fair way back in the field in fourth. So they will also miss out on going through to the final in the under-21 women's double scull. The first repechage, and we've got one more on the way.
Confirming the results of the first repechage of the under-21 women's double scull. A win for Calvert and Malcolm of Centenary and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Second from ANU and Toowong, Geldart and Moran. Those two crews progress through to the final. Eliminated now from the event are the University of Queensland crew, the Sydney University Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite and the second University of Queensland crew. Repechage number 2 of the under-21 women's double scull is now in progress with Nagambi in lane 2, Jo Somerville and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. ANU and Penrith in lane 3, Madison Joins and Pip Gray. Mersey in lane 4, Ella Spalding and Lydia Tippett. Mercantile in lane 5, Chloe Robinson and Victoria Trentin. A composite of Georgia Tager from Adelaide and Tanika Webb of West Australian in lane 6. And completing the field from Sydney University Boat Club, Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond.
Well, Lizzie, you can see the 1,000 splits. I'm getting a bit excited about this. This looks like it's going to be a really close finish because you can see the difference between first and second. Sydney Uni, WA Rowing Club, just 2 seconds. Back to third. Almost 2 seconds, and then just 1.35 seconds to fourth. So this is going to be an absolute cracking finish as they head towards the 1500. I just want to remind you as well to check out the Rowing Australia online shop for a host of items that are useful for rowers and coaches. There's a great selection of books, all at less than retail price, as well as rowing stickers, Euca tape to protect your hands. All goods can be paid for by credit card, allowing quicker delivery to you. Please check it out on the Rowing Australia website. So make sure you head there to the Rowing Australia online shop. As we see the 1500 metre timing point, Sydney University leading the WA Rowing Club Adelaide crew by 6 seconds. Mercy back in third, also 6 seconds further behind. And Mercantile 0.28 the difference, remembering the top two go through. Didn't that change this race, that third 500, the moving 500 in this under-21 women's double scull? It was such a tight field going into that halfway point, and now Mercy in third have got quite a bit of work to do. You can see lane 2 there, that is Nagambi Rowing Club. They are well back in this field in 6th place, and here they come with about 250 to travel.
So in this leading Sydney University Boat Club crew, we have Sophia Whiteman, who is in the junior women's single scull for Australia in 2021, and Zoe Bond, who is in the junior women's double scull for Australia in 2022. Both of them coached at Sydney University Boat Club by Alfie Young. Both of them in that very successful and young women's squad there, and Sophia as slightly older, who's been involved in the victorious Sydney University Women's Boat Club Women's 8 races against Melbourne Uni.
Well, Mercantile have put in a good effort in this last 500. Remember, Mercy was sitting in third going into that last 500, but it's going to be a very tough margin to pull back if they want to make it through to the final. Remembering just the top two here go through to the final in the under-21 women's double scull, and it's going to be Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond from Sydney University who go through in first place in this second repechage, and joining them in that final will be Tager and Webb, the WA Rowing Club composite with Adelaide Rowing Club. Through to the final they go in the race for third and fourth. Both of these crews out, but a good finish there. Mercantile just getting it on the line to edge out Mercy Rowing Club from Tasmania. And then bringing home the back of this field, ANU Composite and Ngambie Rowing Club.
Confirming the results of the second repechage of the Under-21 women's double scull. A win for Sydney University Boat Club, Whiteman and Bond. Second, West Australian Adelaide Composite, Tager and Webb. Those two crews progressed through to the final. Third, Mercantile. Fourth, Mersey. Fifth, ANU Composite. And fifth, Ngambie. They will progress. They are now eliminated from the event. Oh, that's very sad. Oh well, we'll look forward to seeing them back again in other events later. We'll progress now to the repechages in the Under-21 men's double scull. Again, we have two repechages, and again, the first two will progress through to the final. In lane 3, Ballarat City. In lane 4, that's Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie. In lane 4, Hayden Mounter from Tasmania Uni and Harry Birchmore from UTS. In lane 5, Charles Clark from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Ed Nutt from Sydney Uni. In lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Heath McLeod and Fraser Balnaves. And in lane 7, Patrick Murphy from University of Queensland with Sam Mounter from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise.
Here we go, we're getting through the 1500 timing. We're getting the 1500 timing point. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in first. The Sydney Uni Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Try and say that quickly. In second place, UTS Haberfield. And the Tasmania University Rowing Club. This must be the longest named field in the history of rowing.
We've also got the Mounter brothers again, haven't we? They keep popping up. We've got Sam Mounter in the lane 7 and we've got Hayden Mounter in lane 4. I'm assuming they're all from the same family. I'm going to go and do some sleuth work in their gaps. Samuel Mounter and Patrick Murphy at the moment in the ascendancy. And Charles Clark and Ed Nutt. Ed, who's just progressed from the Shore School, I think it was, to row at Sydney Uni, and showing quite some prowess in sculling as he makes that switch.
Yeah, so top two here through to the final. Same deal as the Under-21 women's double. And as we said, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, that composite crew in lane 7, they were leading it at the 1500. They're in a good position here, heading into the last 250 metres. It's going to take some kind of performance, though, from the UTS Haberfield composite crew, who were in third at that 1500, and then Ballarat City further back in fourth. And once again, we're seeing that gap open up. It's pretty comfortable for the top two, and they are looking good to make it through to this Under-21 men's double scull final. Race 4:34 later on in the week. So here they come, Patrick Murphy, Samuel Mounter from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and the Uni of Queensland. They are through to the final in the Under-21 men's double scull. And joining them there is also Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise's Charles Clark and Edward Nutt from Sydney University Boat Club. UTS Composite, Tasmania University in third, and then in fourth, Ballarat City. And we're going to get Adelaide University coming into the last 100 metres. They are going to cross the line in fifth. So those bottom three crews eliminated, and the top two through to the final.
Confirming the results of the first repechage of the Under-21 men's double scull. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and University of Queensland, Murphy and Mounter. First, second, Sydney University, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Clark and Nutt. Those two crews progress directly through to the final. The remainder are eliminated. That is UTS Haberfield, Tasmania University in third, fourth, Ballarat City, fifth, Adelaide University. Winning time 7 minutes 8.64 seconds. The second repechage of the Under-21 men's double scull is now in progress, and in lane 3 we have a composite of Sydney University with Mercantile, Hamish Nicol and Oscar Baregi. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Gordon Charlie Hine and Nicholas Whalen. In lane 4 from the University of WA, Derek George John and Daniel Holding. In lane 6 from Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs and Sam Bristow. And in lane 7 from Adelaide University Boat Club, Nick Burr and Jude Shermer.
So second repechage here. Over the 1,000, closing in on the 1,500 metres here in the second repechage in this under-21 men's double. So Sydney Uni, Hobbs and Bristow, they were leading it at the 1K. Hine and Whalen, they were in second place, and then Nickel and Baregi in third. Mercantile Sydney University composite crew. So that gap, 3.67 at the 1,000 metre, but as you can see here, those top two crews look to be clearing out on the rest of the field, just getting confirmation, just 2 seconds between those top two. What is it, back to third? Almost 6 seconds. So Nickel and Baregi are going to have to find something here. Adelaide Uni have also made a good run here at the back end. That's Shermer and Burr. And they're on this near side of the course when you're looking at it from the 10th side. If you're a crowd here on the island, over on the live stream, they're on the far side, this Adelaide University crew. So they are moving pretty nicely, but it's going to be a challenge for them to close in on this Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club crews, who are out in front in first. You can see it's Hobbs and Bristow, coached by Donald McLaughlin, Sydney University. They're sitting there in first place. Hine and Whalen in second. So here is this finish from Adelaide University. This could be interesting to watch. How much can they pick it up? They are really revving up the rating here, as you would expect with 250 metres to go. But have they left themselves too much work to do? Maybe they haven't. Maybe they are a chance. They're just starting to worry, that Sydney crew in the middle of the course. There's also a push from the crew on the far side, which is that Sydney University Mercantile composite. So Adelaide Uni giving an absolute red hot go at the back end, because the top two are through, the rest are eliminated. It's looking a little more comfortable now for Sydney Rowing Club. So Sydney University, they are through comfortably. That's a pretty nice row from Hugo Hobbs and Sam Bristow. Sydney Rowing Club in second, Adelaide University. Good finish from them in third. And then that Sydney Uni Mercantile composite in fourth place. And that rounds out the top four. We've still got Uni of WA to come through in fifth place.
Confirming the results of the second repechage of the under-21 men's double scull as our final contestants come towards the line. A comfortable win there for Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs and Sam Bristow, coached by Don McLaughlin. In second place, Sydney Rowing Club, Charlie Hine and Nicholas Whalen, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. They will progress through to the final. Eliminated now from the event are Adelaide University Burr and Shermer, who are third. Fourth, Sydney University Mercantile, Nickel and Baregi. And fifth, University of WA, Derek George John and Holding. Winning time 7 minutes 9.81, the margin 1.55. We now move to the under-21 women's Coxed Fours, where we have two heats, with the first two to progress directly through to the final and the remainder to the repechage. We have a crew from Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 2, from Queenwood School in lane 3, a composite between Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield in lane 4, and Rockhampton Fitzroy in lane 5. The crew from Melbourne University is Char Will, Meg Cartwright, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, coxed by Jackie Evans. The crew from Queenwood, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray, coxed by Chloe Jaretta. We've just seen them win in the under-19 Coxed Four. In the Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield composite, we have Megan Hadfield from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Fard from UTS, Talisa Noak Driver and Isabella Scammell from Sydney Rowing Club, and Mietta Jones coxing them. Their coaches are Lachlan Carter and Katie Healy. And from Rockhampton Fitzroy in Queensland, Phoebe Doolan, Georgia Crichton, Callie McRae and Georgia Slack, coxed by Layla Struthers and coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne.
So there are the splits coming through for the 1,000 metre mark. Sydney and UTS Haberfield composite in first place. That's the crew in lane 4. Melbourne University in 2nd. And then Queenwood and Rockhampton Fitzroy well back in 4th. So top 2 through to the final. Queenwood certainly not out of it. They're just under 5 seconds behind Melbourne University to try and close in on that 2nd place.
And we have the very experienced Isabella Scammell in the stroke seat of the Sydney UTS Haberfield Composite. She was, of course, in the under-23 women's 4 that won a gold medal at the under-23 World Championships last year. And sitting in 3 behind her, the very strong and powerful Talisa Noak driver, who was in the junior double scull last year. Megan Hadfield, Sarah Fard sitting in the 2 seat, and Megan Hadfield in the bow seat. And the experienced Mietta Jones in the Cox's seat. So a great combination there, but not having it all their own way because they are being pressed by Melbourne University's crew of Charwill, Meg Cartwright, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, and at least 2 of them were very strong in the junior women's 4s a couple of years ago.
Well, here we go. So the gap between 2nd and 3rd, Melbourne Uni to Queenwood, was 4.86 at the 1,000 metre mark. It's now 4.08. So they've pulled back almost a second in that 500 metres. They're going to have to pull back a lot more than that here, but that's a good sign for Queenwood. Maybe there's just a little bit of fatigue setting in for Melbourne Uni.
And certainly good, the Queenwood crew just having raced in the under-19s. I mean, they are juniors and they're from the first state at Queenwood and having a crack at the Coxed 4 here. They did really well, of course, to take out their heat in the under-19 4. And here they are doing really well. That's, what, 2 lengths down? And progressing well as they come through the 1,500 metre mark.
Well, this will be interesting. It is a sizable gap. 4 seconds is tough to pull back. And as you can see, that Melbourne University crew, who is in that all-important 2nd place to get them through to the final in this under-21 women's Cox 4. The good news is if you don't make it through in the top 2, you're still alive. There is a repechage on the way. But of course, these 2 crews that get through will enjoy the rest, and that is what Queenwood want. They're currently sitting in 3rd. It's still a tough ask to pull them back because this Sydney Composite crew out in front have just been trying to ease off a touch. How about this finish, though, from Queenwood? They're going to have to lift this Sydney UTS Haberfield Composite, who have been leading it most of the way. Melbourne University still in 2nd. Queenwood are giving it absolutely everything with about 100 metres to row, but it may be a little bit too difficult from that kind of range with 50 metres to travel. It will be the Sydney University and Swiss Composite, Melbourne Uni in 2nd. Gee, that was a great fight from Queenwood. They finished 3rd. The margin just 2 seconds in the end. And then it will be Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club in 4th. They will be going through to the repechage, but that will feel pretty good for Melbourne Uni getting the job done after a strong finish from Queenwood.
Yeah, very strong finish indeed. Really well done to those juniors. It was such a strong fight through to the finish, and that's the sort of thing that you can't practice in training, can you? That real cut and thrust of really trying to get into the finish and learning whether you should have gone earlier or whether that's the right thing to do, especially for the Cox as well. It's often not easy to get experience as a Cox. So confirming the results of the first heat of the under-21 women's Cox 4, a win for the Sydney Rowing Club UTS Composite. In 2nd place, the Melbourne University crew, and those 2 crews will progress through to the final. Moving to the repechage, the Queenwood School crew and the Rockhampton Fitzroy crew. Winning time for Sydney UTS Haberfield, 7:33.75, the margin 1.45, and then just a further 2 seconds back to Queenwood. We now have Heat 2 of the under-21 women's Cox 4. And again, the first 2 will progress through to the final. We have 2 crews from Mercantile in lanes 2 and 3, a crew from Sydney University in lane 4, and Melbourne University in lane 5. In the Mercantile crew in lane 2, Remy Mackay, Jess Hawker, Zara Bongiorno and Bronte Cullen. Their Cox is Sarah Balla Kellett, and they're coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. In lane 3, the crew from Mercantile is Bridget Somerville, Abigail Cox, Olivia Nairn and Felicity Murray. Isabel Finch is their cox, and they also are coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. In the Sydney University Boat Club crew, Lily Gavin, Steph Preller, Liv Natty and Tiff Botha, coxed by Lizzie Bolster and coached by Alfie Young. And in lane 5 from Melbourne University, Mary O'Donnell, Tiff Crossthwaite, Chloe Amling and Ellie McClure, coxed by Fiona Dow and coached by Conover Conville. So we've got a very experienced cox there in Fiona Dow. She coxed the Junior Women's 4 from Wesley College back in 2021 that then got selected into the juniors. They were an absolutely fabulous coxed 4. Just looking to see if any of the crew are in there. No, Zara Lavery was in the previous race. But Tiff Crossthwaite in the 2-seat was in the Junior Women's 8 last year that went to the World Championship, so we'll expect a strong performance from them. The Sydney University crew, they've been rowing together all year, and not a huge amount of international experience yet, I would say, in that crew, but a few of them from Queenwood School for Girls, and strongly contested any kind of rowing last year when they were in the years when they were at school. And then those 2 Mercantile crews who of course are going to battle it out.
And we saw the strength of that Queenwood program in the last race. That was a fantastic finish from them. And this looks like it's shaping up as an interesting one too. So 1.68 the gap between second and third, Mercantile and Melbourne University. Out in front you can see Sydney University coming into view there. Gavin, Preller, Natty and Bota, and coxed by Elizabeth Bolster. Mercantile 3.11 behind them, and then Melbourne University in third. So it has extended that gap. So Melbourne University are going to have to turn this around. You can see Mercantile in 4th place. But Melbourne University just top of screen there as we see the rest of the field. It's their job to try and pull back a 4-second gap back to Mercantile.
And that's the Mercantile. Where's my thing? That's the Mercantile crew that's in lane 2. So that is the Mercantile crew of Remy Mackay, Jess Hawker, Zara Bongiorno and Bronte Cullen that is coxed by Summer Bala-Kellett. At the 1500 metre mark, that Mercantile crew that I've just mentioned has a margin of 3.99, almost 4 seconds over Melbourne University, who in turn have 8.5 seconds over the second Mercantile crew, which is Bridget Somerville, Abigail Cox, Olivia Nairn, Felicity Murray, and their cox Isabel Finch.
Well, the question is, are they able to pull back the deficit that they face here, Melbourne Uni, on the Mercantile crew, which is on that near side of the course? Out in front, Sydney University doing it comfortably at the moment. Back to that second crew, Mercantile Rowing Club. In third place on the far side is Melbourne University. O'Donnell, Crossthwaite, Amling and McClure, coached by Fiona Dow. And it looks to be a bridge too far for the Victorians from Melbourne University. But Sydney University comfortably through to the final of the women's coxed 4 in first. Mercantile Rowing Club, Mackay, Hawker, Bongiorno and Cullen, coxed by Summer Bala-Kellett. They are through in second. Melbourne University and Mercantile's crew in lane 3 missing out. They are through to the repechage.
Confirming the results of that second heat of the under-21 women's coxed 4. A win for Sydney University Boat Club. Second, Mercantile. Those 2 crews will progress through to the final. Third, Melbourne University, and fourth, the Mercantile crew, stroked by Felicity Murray. They will progress through to the repechage.
And we've got a bit of a quick change in the commentary box. Lizzie's jumped out. Ray is into the seat.
It's like the V8 supercars, mate. This is the way we change drivers, you know, don't even have to adjust the seat. It's just a bit wider now.
Oh, don't be so harsh on yourself.
No, because I'm in here now. So what are we up to, Benny? We're up to under 21 men's cox 4, heat 1.
That is where we are at. Yeah, heat 1, first to going through to the final. I'll let you roll through the...
In lane 1 is Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 2, University of Queensland, Queensland Academy of Sport. Lane 3 is Melbourne University. Lane 4, Toowong. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. And through the first 1,000 metres, it was Melbourne University in front of Toowong.
So, here we go. Some really good under-21s racing to finish off the day. We're inside the last hour of day 2. What another big day it's been here at the Australian Rowing Championships in 2023. And that gap between Toowong and Sydney at 0.56, so half a second at the halfway point. So what will be a little more instructive is the splits that we see at the 1500, because that is a tight race. Usually you're going to see that in the bigger boats at this point, a little bit further down the course, the margins being quite tight. So how is it going to the last 500? And if it is still that tight, we're going to be in for some finish.
Yep, there's only 2 to go through, and it looks like the 2 from Toowong and Melbourne University clear. Sydney, surprisingly, are back a little in station 1 on the far side there, and on this side Sydney also probably in about 3rd or 4th space. So the 3 crews fighting it out of the 3 in the middle: Toowong, Melbourne University and University of Queensland Boat Club. University of Queensland crew, schoolboys from last year, coached by Randall Martin, who successfully coached the Brisbane Boys College first 8 to 2 successive heads of the river. And he's being assisted here by Peter Toon, who thanked Lizzie Chapman yesterday for the way she expressed how wonderful he was as a coach. He did say he thought you were talking as a father and a grandfather, but he did think you were talking him up a bit, Lizzie, he said. Yeah, it's a tight race, Ben.
Yeah, 3.62 that difference now. It was just half a second. Sydney Rowing Club were 3rd at the 1,000 metre mark. Now it's stretched out to just over 3 seconds. So Uni of Queensland, if they want to make it straight through to the final, they are going to have to pull back the time on Toowong Rowing Club. Now, they were sitting in 4th at the 1,000, so they've gone up a place. They're going to have to go up 1 more place in this final 500 metres, as here they come. Melbourne University, middle of the course. They were in 1st at that 1,000 metre mark. Toowong Rowing Club as well are right next to them, and it's going to be the crews on either side of them that are going to have to try and produce here if they want to overhaul them. And that is Uni of Queensland, who look the closest to challenge at the moment.
There's a great race between Toowong and Melbourne University. Looks like Toowong may have their bow in front, Ben.
Yeah, that they do inside the last 250 metres. So Toowong and Melbourne University, the Queenslanders up against the Victorians here. Some state pride on show. It is only the heats though. University of Queensland back in 3rd place, but they look to be just a little too far out of it to make a real push for going straight through to the final. It's going to be a tight run thing for 1st and 2nd though. That is important when it comes to lanes, and just getting there on the line is Toowong. Melbourne University just edged out in 2nd. Uni of Queensland absolutely shattered in 3rd. There's some tired bodies in those boats to cross the line. And then Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5. They're going to cross in 4th place.
So a win to Moss Murphy, Mitchell Bridge, Roden Martin, Darcy Watter, Sadie Ridgway, the coxswain, the coaches Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. That was the first heat of the under-21 men's cox 4. There is a second heat, and the first 2 will go directly through to the final, the remainder to the repechage. In lane 2 is UTS Haberfield, lane 3 Adelaide University, lane 4 Mercantile, and lane 5 Melbourne University Swan River Composite. And they're well down the course, Ben.
Yes, let's get the splits here. So we've got very tight between 1st and 2nd, but the gap only 500 metres in. And the gap between 2nd and 3rd is 6 seconds.
No, they're moving well clear, that's for sure.
Mercantile, UTS Haberfield out in front. The top 2, Melbourne Uni, Swan River Composite in 3rd. They're really tight with 4th place, Adelaide Uni. So only 4 boats in this race. You get in the top 2, you're through, and it's almost 2 different races here. Literally 1st and 2nd right next to each other, 3rd and 4th right next to each other. Now, third and fourth have to change that, otherwise they're going to be going through to the repechage.
So UTS Haberfield and Mercantile stroke for stroke in the lead. And I'd say UTS have just got their bow in front through there. That's Charles Jewell, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, Bronte Blackmore, Cram the coxswain, and the coaches are Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. Mercantile, George Burney, Jake Polkinghorn, Oliver Scalzo, Austin Reiner, Jess Rowell, the coxswain, and the coaches David Chips Colvin and Alastair Matthews.
You just wonder how that previous race, the time difference between this current race is going to shake out, because you can see at the halfway point, 3:22 UTS Haberfield out in front. The race just before 6:47 was the winning time, so that's just under at the 1,000, but the top two in this one very, very comfortable, so you could see them maybe just easing off the gas a little bit inside the last 1,000.
Rowing Australia is looking to find talented individuals to join the PR1 category. That's Para Rowing 1 category. It is the highest impairment level, and those eligible can't use hips or legs for power and use the fixed seats and straps where appropriate. This means that the event include people with spinal cord injuries, bilateral lower limb amputations, or single-sided through hip amputations. If you think you might be eligible for para rowing, please email para@rowingaustralia.com.au.
Wonderful program, and of course, as I was touching on earlier with Lizzie, I can't believe the Olympics and Paralympics are on next year
already.
That's really doing my head in, far out. So make sure you get involved. We've got some wonderful para events this week at the Australian Rowing Championships. We've already seen them on the water today, as is this race here. Really fantastic rowing from UTS Haberfield and Mercantile.
Less than a second, 0.86 of a second at the 1,500 metre mark. There's been very little to choose between the two. And the other two, there's two races in the race. There's 15.57 seconds between second and third, but 0.72 back to fourth. So
yeah, this is literally the definition of two races in one.
Yep, exactly.
Unfortunately, though,
it's two behind. We'll be racing the repechage.
Yeah, it's not going to mean for an exciting finish unless something disastrous happens, and we do not want that. So, pretty comfortable stuff from the front crew. The only thing that I can look into, sort of read into this, Ray, or may try and make it somewhat exciting, is the split time, the finishing time in the last heat of this under-21 men's Cox 4 was 6:47. So will be interesting to see what we get here. We're just ticking over 6:22 now with about 250 to go, and they look like they're giving it an absolute rip here in the last 200 metres.
Both crews want to win by the look of it. No one's happy to run second.
This is going to be great. UTS Haberfield and Mercantile. There's no self-preservation here in the under-21 men's Coxed 4. So on the near side, UTS Haberfield and Mercantile in the middle of the course. It's UTS Haberfield just at the moment ahead of Mercantile, and it will be UTS over Mercantile. Really fantastic race between those two crews. And here's the second race in this one. Adelaide Uni up against Melbourne Uni. How about that rivalry? South Australia versus Victoria. Should be a good one. Adelaide Uni just have the lead. Melbourne Uni, good push here, that composite crew. They won't get there though. It's Adelaide Uni in third, Melbourne Uni composite fourth. Those two though through to the repechage.
Yes, UTS Haberfield first, Merck second, Adelaide Uni third, Melbourne University Swan River Composite in fourth place in race 198. Race 199 is heat one of the women's under-23 double scull. The first two will go directly through to the final. The rest will go to the repechage. In lane 2, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Swan River. Lane 3, Sydney University. Lane 4, Adelaide University. And lane 5, Toowong Sydney University Composite. I reckon it's the Sydney University crew, India Hobbs and Grace Turner, that are leading as they go through 500 metres. and that's the case. 1.94 over Adelaide Uni, then follows Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, and Toowong Sydney Uni at the rear of the field. But it's 1.94, 1.47 and 1.41.
So probably pretty standard 500 in, pretty tight between these crews in the under-21 women's double, top two to the final, rest going through to the repechage. And how about these races we've got to finish the day, Ray? Under-21 women's double, open women's double, open men's double. We've got some under-23 lightweight men's double scull, and then open lightweight women's doubles to finish off the day. This is high quality rowing.
Absolutely.
To finish off day 2 of the Australian Rowing Championship. So do not go anywhere. Prime time viewing in the East Coast as well. Closing in on about 8 o'clock at night. So just keep it on the Australian Rowing Championship.
It is where you live, but it's only 7 o'clock in Queensland, mate. We go by the sun up there. We don't want the curtains fading. No.
I was hoping I'd get that out of you if I mentioned that. I knew the Queenslander in you would come out. Only for another week, though, isn't it? Daylight savings finish.
There's no daylight saving. It isn't applicable here either.
No.
We don't have to move our clocks on Saturday night when we go to the bed in Western Australia. So the states on the extremities, mate, don't know what they're doing.
I tell you what, it is good though because it doesn't confuse us on the last day because it's really big.
We've all been confused on the last day recently.
You don't want to be confused on the final day of the Australian Rowing Championships, the Interstate Regatta, the final. So much to look forward to, and lots to look forward to, as we said this afternoon. Race 199, almost to the big 200. And this is the crew you were mentioning before, Ray.
India Hobbs and Grace Turner, Sydney Uni, coached by Alfie Young. And they've opened that lead up a little more, Ben. Yeah, now Adelaide Uni in second. Sophie Tickner and Cleo Wilson. They're coached by Tom Dornbos, who happened to run into Tom downstairs today. Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Swan River, Lola Davies of Swan and Olivia Georgiolopoulos of Griffith Uni are in third place, in Toowong Sydney Uni, Gemma Campbell of Sydney Uni and Imogen Walker of Toowong, coached by James Doring and Alfie Young, are in fourth place. But they've started to move away fractionally, stroke by stroke, the crew from Sydney University Boat Club.
3.36 the margin to look out for between second and third, between Adelaide Uni, Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise and Swan River. So that gap did open up from the 500 to the 1,000, but this is the moving 500, isn't it? The third one. Yep. So if that gap does extend, going to make it really difficult. Once it's above 3 and 4 seconds for that Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Swan River composite, that's going to make things hard. So this all-important 1,500 metre time check is going to be quite instructive as to what we're going to get for the last quarter of this race.
So the AFL talks about the third quarter being the championship quarter. And
it's golf as well, isn't it? Third day's the moving
day. That's right, yes.
But then again, it's hard to specifically say which is the most important, because the thing is, if you have a terrible second 500 or second quarter, you're going to lose anyway. So you've got to get yourself into the position that in the third 500 or the third quarter, you're still in it.
Yes, and it's a good performance by Sydney University. Alfie Young's got a very big stable at Sydney University these days and does a great job.
So that crew from Sydney Uni, Hobbs and Turner, coached by the aforementioned Alfie Young, and they're in first as they cross that 1,500 metre timing point. Adelaide Uni, Tickner and Wilson in second. So how is this gap? Remember, 3.36 was the number at the 1,000. It's opened up to 7 seconds back to Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, and even the Toowong Sydney Uni crew on the far side of that picture there, they are closing the gap on the Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Swan River crew. 7 seconds inside the final 500. It's going to take a really big push.
That's for sure. So Alfie Young coaching the Sydney Uni crew and co-coach of the Toowong Sydney Uni composite crew. Alfie, of course, married to Amy Clay. Got a couple of kids, and Amy went to 2 Olympic Games. She was in 2 Olympic Games teams that I managed. A great girl. And rowing in the New South Wales Masters quad. Yeah, trying to get into the New South Wales Interstate Masters crew at the moment. So not a bad job from a dual Olympian still rowing and trying to make representative teams. So it is the Sydney Uni crew, looks to me, Ben, like they're going to be too strong for Adelaide Uni in second place. Battle for third. To have got the better of the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise crew.
Well, it certainly did. It looked to be on there, but I think Adelaide Uni have just put in a bit of a push in between sort of that 300 to 250, and they've just opened back up that advantage to the Toowong Composite crew, who have overcome Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, who were sitting in third for most of the race up until the last 1,500 metres, and now Toowong and Sydney Uni. So that'll give them some confidence. That'll potentially give them, well, it will give them a better lane than the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite if they can hold on for third.
Adelaide Uni just sprinted a little at the end there and tried to peg back that lead, but to no avail. So Sydney Uni first, Adelaide Uni second. Third will be Toowong Sydney Uni, and fourth will be Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Swan River Composite. 8:07.41, 8:07.41, of course that's unofficial, 2.29 by 7.26. Heat 2 of the same event, under 23 women's double, first two directly to the final, the rest to the repechage. In lane 2 is ANU, Ella Kelly and Eloise Lambden. Lane 3, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway and Danica Free. Lane 4, Western Australian Rowing Club New Norfolk, Molly McCausland and Jolie Patterson. Lane 5, UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre and Amelia Cooper.
Top two to the final, rest going to the repechage. And we're getting through those times, and we need some kind of sound effect. Race 200, like a horn or.
Ding, 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 ding.
There it is, race 200. How many we got?
Oh, nearly 600 over the week.
600. Wow, yeah, 200 up. We've got the big double century.
Yeah, put the bat up.
Yeah, raise the bat. So leading at the 1,000 was the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Brisbane and GPS Composite in first. WA Rowing Club Composite with New Norfolk in second, and then back to third, UTS Haberfield. It was 2 seconds the gap at the 1,000. What is it here?
4.5, you may as well say. So Danica Free in the stroke seat from Griffith Uni. Hannah Kenway in the bow seat coach from Brisbane and GPS. So Duncan Free coaching his daughter Danica, and Chris Holliday, the head coach at Griffith Uni, and Peter Howard, the coach of Hannah Kenway. So it's a good, promising under-23 crew. Danica rode under-21s for Australia last year, I think. Yeah, not sure on that, but I think so. And they've got a lead over Western Australian Rowing Club New Norfolk, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and Jolie Patterson from Western Australian Rowing Club. Then follows ANU's Ella Kelly and Eloise Lambden. And at the rear is UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre and Amelia Cooper. As we say goodnight to Lizzie Chapman, great effort once again. And on our second day, she's already done the Australian Paddle Championships. She was here for the last week doing the canoeing.
Doesn't stop.
Does not stop.
Done an outstanding job and off for a well. And here we go, finish coming up in this race in the second heat of the under-23 women's double. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, who have been leading second place WA Rowing Club Composite. It's going to be tough for UTS Haberfield and ANU, a little bridge too far as they go through the bright sunshine. It is Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite, which are going through WA Rowing Club. They are converging from everywhere, but they are going through McCausland and Patterson. And then third place was ANU, fourth UTS Haberfield, third and fourth to the repechage.
Right, so through to the final, Hannah Kenway and Danica Free, and Molly McCausland and Jolie Patterson. Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, the Valley of Love, I think they call it in the rowing terms down in Tasmania, New Norfolk.
The Valley of Love?
Yeah,
How did they get that name, Ray?
I have no idea, but I think they have I think they play in the AFL down there in New Norfolk as well.
What are they called, the Hearts or something?
I have no idea. So heat 1 of the Open Women's Double Scull. First only to the final, the remainder to the repechage, and we have a field of 6. In lane 1, Sydney, N-Swiss, ACT High Performance, Sarah Hoare and Harriet Hudson. Lane 2, Brisbane and GPS, Kate Morris and Marnie Evans. Lane 3, Sydney Uni, ANU Composite, Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman. Lane 4, Adelaide Melbourne Uni, Amanda Bateman and Molly Goodman. Scratch lanes 5 and 6, disappointingly. Lanes 5 and 6 are both scratched. So one would expect that Bateman and Goodman would be the... Amanda Bateman, outstanding performance in the single yesterday. Molly Goodman, very experienced.
Well, Ray, just a quick glance there, New Norfolk. I think Valley of Love does have some connection to New Norfolk and the AFL team, or Aussie Rules team, I should say.
Oh, is that right?
The Eagles.
Oh, right. Okay, there you go.
There you go. Just a little bit of knowledge that you didn't need to know, but now, now you know it. One in one side, out the other. All right, so same deal as, well, actually, this is a little change up. So first going through to the final, the rest going to repechage. So 3 missing out here. And with the race down to 4, it's going to make it a little more interesting here. This is first and second coming through the timing point. Bateman and Goodman in first. He said they're the favourites, Ray. Reardon and Coleman, Sydney University, ANU Composite in second, and then Hoare and Hudson from Sydney N-Swiss in third. So some really strong crews there in the top 3.
Molly Goodman in the stroke seat, Amanda Bateman in the bow seat of that crew. Those distinctive Adelaide Rowing Club colours in the stroke seat of that leading crew. Quite a margin back to the Brisbane and GPS crew, which I think are more concentrating on the club double later in the week.
Very important race, that one, Ray.
I know, it's very dear to your heart because you're racing in it.
All right, so it was 2.5 seconds at the 1500, and it was Adelaide Composite in lane 4 that were leading at that point. They are still in front here in the Open Women's Double. First through, the other 3 go to the repechage. Is there a response here from Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman, the Sydney Uni and ANU Composite? Coleman from Sydney Uni, Reardon from ANU. And they're going to have to try and go after Bateman and Goodman. Melbourne Uni, as you can see, that is Amanda Bateman in bow. And as you said, those Adelaide, distinctive Adelaide colours of Molly Goodman in the stroke seat, and they're just holding the advantage at the moment. Reardon and Coleman coming at them. You can see back in third, Hoare and Hudson, at Sarah Hoare, Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club in third place, and fourth, Brisbane and GPS a long way back, but it will be the Adelaide Composite crew, Adelaide Melbourne University, Bateman and Goodman through to the final in the Open Women's Double. Reardon and Coleman, they'll have to go via the repechage to get there, but that's a great row from them. And Hoare and Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club in third. Morris and Evans from Brisbane and GPS, they will go through in fourth place.
And news through from the boys from BMA Event Productions. We had 24,260 viewers of our live streaming yesterday, 16,218 today, so a total of 40,462 views over the 2 days so far. So well done to all of you that are at home watching and listening.
I was wondering why you were signing autographs a little earlier, eh?
Have we got a field up? We have in the second heat of the Open Women's Double. Lane 1, University of Queensland, Thompson and Cronin. Lane 2, Toowong ANU, Bonnie Andrews and Catherine Plume. Lane 3, Sydney Uni, Rowena Meredith and Tara Rigney. Lane 4, ANU, Catherine Carnan, Taylor Caudle. Lane 5, Queensland Uni, Adelaide Rowing Club, Aldersey and Alton. And lane 6, Sydney Uni, Greenland and Menzies. I'm predicting Tara Rigney and Rowena Meredith and Thompson and Cronin may be the two crews to beat here. Ben?
Are we getting a tight finish here, Ray? Because it's been pretty comfortable for most of the crews in the last
Well, first and
few
second
races.
are fairly tight, but they've moved well clear of the rest of the field. Probably headed by Greenland, or it might be Aldersey and Alton, I'd say, that are in third place.
Rowena Meredith, Rhea Thompson, Caitlin Cronin, some big names. Tara Rigney in that those top two crews.
It is Rigney and Meredith that are in the lead. They're coached by Alfie Young and Don McLaughlin. And then on the extremities, the University of Queensland Boat Club crew, Rhea Thompson and Caitlin Cronin in Station 1. And in lane 5, Olympia Aldersey and Lily Alton. Great to catch up with Olympia Aldersey when I was in a little break earlier today. I haven't seen her in a couple of years.
Well, it's like that, isn't it? This Australian Rowing Championships. It's been a while since there's
all
been
been
this,
together.
Yeah, these kind of big numbers. So it's fantastic.
Well, it was always a valuable member of the Australian team I was managing was Olympia Aldersey, because her birthday is on the same day as my wife, so I knew to ring home if Olympia was celebrating a birthday. So it is Sydney University in the lead, as we suggested. The crew of Rowena Meredith and Tara Rigney. Rowena selected in the quad scull, Tara Rigney selected in the single, currently for this year's international campaign.
And you'd probably say the only crew that can catch Meredith and Rigney is the University of Queensland boat on the near side. That's Thompson and Cronin. So they have 4 seconds to account for.
Well, on the near side to the camera, but on the far side to you and me.
It's a hard one to explain.
Yeah.
I'm going camera.
Yeah.
Near side to the camera. Far side to the far side if you're watching here on the island at Champion Lakes. So here we go. Last 300 metres. 4
Meredith
seconds.
And Rigney. Yeah, Meredith and Rigney looking as though they're going beautifully out in front over the University of Queensland Boat Club crew, Ben.
Yep, coached by Alfie Young, Donald McLaughlin, Meredith and Rigney. And they have got so much experience, those two. There is a lift coming, as you'd expect, from Rhea Thompson and Caitlin Cronin, but it looks as though they just won't have the pace here to catch the Sydney University and Swiss crew out in front, and they are going to go through to the final in the Open Women's Double Scull, really lengthening out here at the back end. So Meredith and Rigney from Sydney Uni, they are through in first. University of Queensland, Thompson and Cronin, they're going to have to go to the final via the repechage.
Lane 5 is across next.
And this is the University of Queensland Adelaide composite crew.
Sydney. So yes, Sydney Uni first, University of Queensland second, University of Queensland Adelaide composite in third place. First only through to the final, the rest to the repechage. Next is Heat 1 of the Open Men's Double Scull. Same pathway, first only to the final, the rest to the repechage. In lane 1, ANU University of ANU Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, although I think there's been a change there. In lane 2 is Banks, lane 3 Ballarat City, Scratch lane 4, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite, Pine Rivers in lane 5, and lane 6 is West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River.
think the issue was there, Ray, is that Cormac Kennedy Leverett was entered in lane 4.
As well as lane 1.
Lane 1, yeah. So he's come into that lane 1 boat with Caleb Antill.
And David Barthelow's out of that boat.
So that clears up that little bit of confusion.
Yeah, and they're leading from Banks, Marcus Kane and James Meads.
Had a great row in the single a little bit earlier, Marcus Kane. So with James Meads from Banks Rowing Club in lane 2. So this is a hot field again. Top going through to the final. And here is Marsh and Cleary. You can't miss them on the near side. Cleary, WA Rowing Club. And Caleb Antill and Cormac Kennedy Leverett as well coming into screen. They're absolutely screaming up the course. So
the extremities of the course are where the action is. And it's 5.51 seconds lead for ANU Griffith Uni, Caleb Antill of ANU and Cormac Kennedy Leverett of Griffith Uni, and over Sam Marsh of Swan and Jack Cleary of Western Australian Rowing Club.
5 seconds, Ray, what do you think? Little too hard to pull back, or do you think they can do it? Marsh and
they're
Cleary.
capable of doing it, that's for sure, but it's very difficult to sit here and try and line them up when they're so far apart.
And hard for them as well, knowing that, trying to work out the far side of the course, because look at this, you can see they are motoring, absolutely motoring Kennedy Leverett and Antill, as well as Marsh and Cleary. So
they know the outcome. You need to get first across the line to go through to the final, so you don't have to race a repechage. And that's enough incentive for these two experienced crews. Cormac Kennedy Leverett rode at the Under-23 World Championships last year. The others all Senior A rowers and all members of the Australian Senior A team last year. But Kennedy Leverett and Antill are cranking it on the far side there, Ben.
Yeah, really good finish here. There's 250 metres to travel here. Remember, Kennedy Leverett and Antill, they led by 5 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark. And they still have the advantage over Sam Marsh and Jack Cleary, the local duo in the open men's double. The first heat here, and it will be Kennedy Leverett and Antill, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise ANU Composite, straight to the final. Marsh and Cleary come through in second, so they did close the gap
4.76
slightly.
4.76 at the end. It's a time of 6 minutes 39.08, which is unofficial, of course. But it will become official later on.
And it will be Banks Rowing Club in Kane and Meads, who are best placed to finish third here. They've got Ballarat City next to them, McDougall and Gilbert. They're in fourth place. Borger and Hart from Pine Rivers Rowing Club are sitting back in fifth place. So Banks in third, Ballarat City in fourth. Pine Rivers, where Ray is a life member at that club, they're going to come through in fifth place. Good to see them here at this Australian Rowing Championships.
Again, their goal is the club double, I understand. And
just getting themselves ready for that event.
Henry Borger and Michael Hart, coached by Alan Borger and Kate Borger. So open men's double scull heat 2. Lane 1 is Adelaide University UTS Haberfield. Lane 2 North-Est Buckingham. Lane 3 Banks. Lane 4 Melbourne Uni Adelaide. Lane 5 is Toowong, and lane 6 is Sydney University UTS Haberfield. Toowong is Maxim and Alexander Jeremijenko. So it's a good job that Richard's not here. They're both Anglican Church Grammar School old boys.
Gee whiz, quicker than the... I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm saying words in front of what I should have said, right? I was saying quick. I was saying the end of the day is coming very, very quickly, isn't it? We've got 5 races to come. This is the second heat of the open men's double. Then we've got under 23 lightweight men's doubles heats on the way, and then heats in the open lightweight women's double. So they're the 4 races to come after this one, the open men's double scull. First through to the final, as was the case with the last one, and then the rest to the repechage. So very, very fine margins in this.
Well, I think the last two have been called off. I think the information I got from Stuart earlier was that the open lightweight double had a scratching and had become a consolidated straight final.
Okay, no race for lanes.
Well, I'm not sure. We'll wait to see, of course, but yes, this second heat is coming well down the course at the moment. Marcus Delamata and Nick Blackman in lane 1. Joseph Wilson and Jack Barrett in lane 2. Henry Bensky and Kane Bullock in lane 3. Oscar McGuinness and Ben Canham in lane 4. One would think they'd be the favourites, along with lane 6, Tim Masters and Campbell Watts. And as I said, Maximin and Alexander Jeremijenko from Toowoomba in station 5.
Just confirmation, Ray, on that open lightweight women's double. Those two heats have been cancelled, so that will be a straight final.
At the scheduled time of the final, I imagine.
Yep. So that means that just 2 races left after this open men's double scull heat. So let's get these latest times coming through, just trying to get these splits in race 204.
It's Oscar McGuinness and Benjamin Canham that leads. Melbourne Uni Boat Club in the stroke seat, and Adelaide Rowing Club in the bow seat. A good race for second between Sydney University Haberfield and Adelaide Uni Haberfield.
4:55 through that 1500. North Esk and Buckingham in 4th, but that gap is 4.24 between first and second. Masters and Watson, Canham and McGuinness with about 400 metres to travel down the course. Bensky and Bullock, they're also in the club men's double later in the week. They are sitting in 5th place at the moment, 13 seconds behind 4th. But it's that top 2, the all-important first place to get through to the final in race 442.
And that sun is very bright over west, isn't it?
It is very, very bright late in the day here, and we've got a bright light coming from the middle of the course in this open men's double scull.
Oscar McGuinness in the bow seat, Benjamin Canham in the stroke seat. Adelaide Sassy for McGuinness, Melbourne Uni VIS for Ben Canham. And a winner of his heat of the single yesterday.
Masters and Watts, they're on the far side, on the live stream near side to the crowd, and they're coming through in second. So McGuinness from Adelaide, as you said, Ray, he's going to lead them through with Canham, Ben Canham and Oscar McGuinness straight through to that final. Masters and Watts from Sydney Uni and UTS, they are going through the repechage, as will those crews on the far side. The Adelaide Uni Composite, they will come through in 3rd. Della Martin from UTS, Blackman from Adelaide. Good finish here from North Esk, Wilson and Barrett. So they are through in 4th. And then Banks rowing through that bright spot of sunshine here at Champion Lakes.
Will be 5th. And did the Toowong crew not start?
It looks as though that is the case. No Toowong in this race 204.
So 6:36 was the winning time. Heat 1 of the under-23 lightweight men's double scull is on the course, I suspect. And in lane 1 is Canberra Composite, Canberra Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard and Alex Tomanovitz. Lane 2, Adelaide University, Kyle Miller and Hugo Worm. Lane 3, North Esk, Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean. Lane 4, University of Western Australia, Ethan Bromley and Oliver Cliff. And lane 5, UTS Haberfield, Nick Mather and Zink Bosco, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti.
So, the penultimate race of the day, Ray. Don't you love that word? Doesn't it get overused?
Yeah, it is overused. There's no doubt about that. So
as long as you don't say it for the last race.
Well, what's the third last race?
I don't know. What is it?
It's the anti-penultimate.
Is that right?
I've taught you something today, young man. There you go.
Brilliant. Oh, wow. Am I going to use that and look stupid, or you're trying to stitch me up?
No, of course I'm not.
So here we go, under 23 lightweight men's double on the course with about 1,500 metres to travel. So we're going to get those timing points on the way here. And you can see that the top two are looking good at the moment, but that is an angle which makes it a little bit deceiving. So middle of the course, you can see we'll get these times through. Maybe not. Maybe the times are just playing up. It looked as though it was North-esque. We see that is lane 4. That's Uni of WA a little bit further back. Adelaide Uni, North-esque. And it looks as though, from my perspective, Ray, that there's just the 4 boats in this race. And it looks to be Adelaide Uni on the far side, North-esque, Uni of WA well back, and then in lane 5, UTS Haberfield, Mather and Bosco. So first and second look to be North-esque and UTS Haberfield, which is pretty comfortable because it is only top 2. Really tough ask for the Adelaide.
Rest of the field, yeah, Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett for North-esque, and UTS Haberfield, Nick Mather and Zinc Bosco, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti.
And this Canberra composite, they either haven't started or there's an issue further back in the course. I don't know if you can see. It looks to be an issue with something on that far side, maybe just before the 1K mark. So they either haven't started or they may have had an issue around that point, but there does look to be something happening.
It looks like a crew that's gone off to the side, doesn't it?
Yeah, so no good for the Canberra composite crew, but great news for the boys from Tasmania who are rowing now into the bright sunlight and rowing towards the final of the under-23 lightweight men's double scull, and that is Birtwistle and Dean. Fantastic rowing from them. And you can see UTS Haberfield, Mather and Bosco, they will come through in second place. Adelaide University in lane 2, Miller and Worm looking good for third at the moment. And then Uni of WA back in 4th place in lane 4. They look content to go through the repechage, save their legs here at the back end of the race. Adelaide Uni in 3rd and Uni of WA in 4th place.
And Heat 2 is on the course. And Heat 2, Adelaide Composite, Brisbane and GPS, Langford and Lascock. Lane 3 is Wendouree, Ballarat, Forsyth and McClure. Lane 4, Commercial, Dixon and Talbot. And lane 5, University of Queensland and Toowong is Place and Williams. And lane 1 has been withdrawn. Adelaide, Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club has been scratched. So just the 3 and 1 needing to go to the repechage. First 2 to go through, 1 needing to go through the repechage.
Now we are getting Canberra Black Mountain crew there on the list, and I don't believe they're on my starting list. So as you said, Ray, 3 in this, and as a wise person once told me, 3 into 2 doesn't go, and that is exactly what's got to happen here. Top 2 through to the final. And apologies, we're not getting through the split times at the moment. You can understand why. The technology late in the day. Just thought, might just have a rest, get ready for tomorrow. So we'll try and bring this to you as best as we can. This final race of day 2 in the Australian Rowing Championships. And this is going to do your head in, Ray, because there's definitely 4 boats.
There's an extra boat. I'm wondering if it's the boat that pulled off the side of the course from the previous one have just joined in or something.
Well, this is going to be very interesting, trying to work out here who is in this race. So
with the glare.
Yeah, with the glare as well. So lane 5, Uni of Queensland Composite looks to be in front at the moment. But this could be the tightest finish we've had in the last hour, and we're maybe unable to work out who is in this race. Wendouree Ballarat definitely there. So is Commercial Rowing Club. So Wendouree Ballarat in lane 3. Lane 4 is Commercial. Uni of Queensland Composite in lane 5. They're definitely out in front, but there's a Mystery Crew in lane 2. Can you do some sleuthing here, Ray, and try and work out who it is in lane 2?
Well, I can see that that's Toowong in the stroke seat in the University of Queensland in the bow seat in the leading boat. Christian Place of Toowong had a good nationals last year, I think it was, and Riley Williams of University of Queensland up in the bow seat, coached by Michael Russell and Mark Game.
So they look comfortably through to the final with 1,000 metres to travel.
That's Wendouree Ballarat. By the look of it, looked like a Wendouree. No, that's Wendouree Ballarat now, just going through. And there's Commercial back in 4th place.
So there's a Mystery Crew in.
There is a Mystery Crew in the race there somewhere.
And I'll tell you what, they're in 2nd as well. So
they are. So I've got Commercial, Wendouree Ballarat in 3rd place and Commercial in 4th place, and the Mystery Crew.
Are we just calling them that? Are we calling them Mystery Crew?
We're just calling them Mystery Crew because we can't work out their colours from here.
So Wendouree Ballarat back in 3rd place. As we said, it's lane 2. There was initially an Adelaide, Brisbane and GPS Composite crew. Maybe they aren't scratched. Maybe they're actually in this race. Initially, we got word that they were scratched, and I'm thinking that that might be them on that far side of the course. But
or is it the Canberra Black Mountain crew that disappeared before?
Oh, this is really getting very interesting. So, Uni of Queensland Composite out in 1st. Our Mystery Crew over on the far side. They're in 2nd place. Wendouree Ballarat in 3rd. Commercial in 4th place. So it's a race for 2nd because you get 2nd and you go through to the final. Uni of Queensland Composite, they're just able to ease it up here at the back end of this race, and just trying to have a scan over to see if we can spot the colours with the glare here and work out
impossible with the glare
who this Mystery Crew is. But Christian Place, Riley Williams, they are through to the final in the under-23 lightweight men's double scull. And over on the far side, this is our Mystery Crew, and they are going to go through in 2nd place.
Is it lane 2? Is it a blue bow?
It is lane 2.
So it may well be Langford. I mean, Langford would be in blue and green stripes, and Lascock in an Adelaide, like the Crows jumper.
Yeah, you know what? It's a challenge because.
Well, fortunately, we can leave that one to the judge, Ben, and when that result comes up, you and I can move on with the other things we need to do to wrap up the day's proceedings. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via livestream.com and also linked via our website all week until the final race on Sunday. Hello to our interstate and international viewers. So Ben, what was the highlight of your day? The fact that you've had to stand up to see what's going on in the last parts of the day?
I know this morning, Ray, that it was a little bit windy, but haven't we just got an absolutely stunning afternoon here for the Australian Rowing Championships? I know the sun's almost directly in our face, but outside of that, the conditions, the course, it just looks absolutely spectacular.
It does, like after, and that's a learning for all the competitors to tie your boats down tonight, but be ready for the wind in the morning because that's what the forecast is. And kudos to the officials who acted very, very decisively and changed to the preferred lane draw this morning. And the highest ranked crews mostly got through to the next round of racing. And it's expected that win may well be the case again tomorrow, and then flatten out to absolutely pristine conditions in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful right now, and hopefully all the crews getting on the water for a bit of a row and getting ready for the rest of the week. Just another thing to mention that I remember from today, we saw the PR3s in action, which was fantastic in the double, the mixed double and also the singles, but also Team Hong Kong getting through to that semi-final in the open men's single. Great story. Hin Chun Chu, the lightweight Asian Games gold medalist. Looking forward to seeing our internationals. It's not just about the Aussies, the internationals as well doing nicely at this regatta.
So we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, at 8 o'clock, and we look forward to you joining us from wherever you're following the Australian Rowing Championships around this great country and around the world.